Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. 1. The summer. We finally did it. I'm telling this now because I can't pretend it was nothing anymore. I've tried, believe me. I've filed it away in the part of my mind where I keep other things I don't like touching: the phone call from the hospital, the smell of antiseptic on my dad's hoodie, the way his handwriting looked when his hand still shook. I told myself it was just stress, bad sleep, a weird stretch of nights in the woods, the kind of story people make bigger in hindsight. But I've noticed what happens when I say it out loud. My voice drops without me meaning to, like I'm talking in a church, like I'm afraid of waking something up. And that's how I know it wasn't nothing. Back then, before the cabin, before the silence, before I learned to watch the tree line like it had eyes, everything had a clean explanation. My dad had a stroke in April. A mild one, the doctor said. The kind people survive and joke about later if they're lucky. He walked out of the hospital under his own power. He could still make the same corny jokes. He still insisted on carrying his own bag. But I watched him in the kitchen the morning after he came home, standing at the counter with his dress shirt spread out in front of him like a puzzle. He was trying to button it for a follow-up appointment. His left hand didn't want to cooperate. It hovered and trembled, missed the buttonhole twice, and then locked up like it was embarrassed. He didn't say a word. He just set his jaw and tried again. That's the kind of man he's always been. Not loud, not dramatic, just stubborn in a way that makes you feel guilty for worrying. He got most of his function back by June, but the tremor never fully went away. It showed up when he was tired, when he was stressed, when he was trying too hard to pretend he wasn't stressed. The headaches came and went in ugly waves. Sometimes he'd sit in his recliner with his eyes closed, one hand pressed to his temple like he was trying to hold his skull together. Then, 20 minutes later, he'd stand up and act like nothing happened. The doctor gave him the usual list: take it easy, avoid stress, no heavy lifting, no overexertion, be careful in heat. My dad nodded along like he agreed. Then he looked at me on the drive home and said, "So we build now." I laughed because I thought he was joking. He wasn't. He'd been talking about the cabin for as long as I can remember. It was always someday. Always when work slows down. Always when I finally have time. It was the kind of dream people use as a placeholder, a thing they hold up in front of their faces so they don't have to admit how fast life is moving. He'd bought the land in the 80s, or maybe my grandfather did, and he bought it from him. He told the story differently, depending on his mood. 5 acres of woods running up to a pond that was called a lake on old maps. The way real estate listings lie, it sat far enough from town that your GPS gave up and your phone forgot what it was for. The nearest neighbor was a couple miles away. The nearest store that sold anything besides bait and beer was 12 miles. When I was a kid, he'd take me out there once or twice a year, mostly to keep the place from becoming a rumor. We'd drag fallen branches off the old logging trail, swat at mosquitoes, throw rocks into the pond and listen to the splash, echo back like it had a hollow bottom. We'd eat sandwiches in the truck, and he'd point at the trees and talk like an architect. Cabin goes here, A-frame, loft, big windows facing the water. He drew plans on graph paper, rolled them up, and kept them in a tube like a diploma. "It's been the plan for 20 years, he said. And his voice had that edge I recognized, the one that meant the conversation was already over. I'm not getting any younger. Son, if we don't do it now, it's never going to happen. I tried to be the responsible one. I tried the medical angle, heat, exertion, the doctor's orders. I tried the practical angle, cost of lumber, contractors, permits, time off work. I tried the blunt angle, Dad. You just had a stroke. He looked at me for a long moment and said, and that's why we build it, because that's what fear does to men like him. It doesn't make them slow down. It makes them sprint at their bucket list like they can outrun the clock. So I took 3 weeks off work. I told my boss it was family stuff, which was true in the way storm is true when you see the sky turning green. I loaded my truck with tools, my tools plus my dad's, because he'd been collecting DeWalt gear for years like it was a religion. If you've ever fallen into that battery ecosystem, you know what I mean. Once you've got 6 20-volt max batteries and a charger in every corner of your garage, you start buying tools you don't even need just because they're bare tool and you already have the batteries. He had a cordless nail gun he bragged about like it was a sports car, a circular saw that could scream through wet pine like it was nothing, an impact driver with the torque of a small god. He also had the old-school stuff levels, chalk lines, framing squares, tape measures with numbers worn off from decades of use. The kind of tools that smell like metal and sun-baked oil. We met at the property on a Monday in early July. The air was already thick with summer. The first thing that hit me when I opened the truck door wasn't the heat, though it was the quiet. It's a specific quiet out there, and I don't mean no traffic. I mean the kind of silence that makes your ears ring because there's nothing to balance them. In town, even in a nice quiet neighborhood, there's always something distant, AC units, a dog barking, a plane, power lines humming. Out there, if the wind isn't moving, the world feels paused. The pond sat beyond the trees like a dark eye. The surface was glassy, reflecting a sky too bright to be real. The pines were tall and straight and close together, their trunks like fence posts. The ground was a soft mattress of needles that muted our footsteps. Dad stood with his hands on his hips like he was looking at a house that already existed. Smell that he asked. It smelled like pine sap and warm dirt and water that had been sitting still. There was also something else, faint, underneath. A dampness. Not bad, not rotten, just old. We cleared the site the first 2 days. It was satisfying work, the kind you don't get in an office. We dragged brush, cut small trees, hauled rocks, marked corners with stakes. Dad insisted on swinging an axe even when I told him to let me do it. He took breaks when I suggested them, but he did it with a look like he was humoring me. I learned quickly that the only way to make him rest was to make it sound like it was my idea for my sake. I'm thirsty, I'd say every hour, and he'd nod like he was only stopping because I was weak. My back's killing me. I'd say around 4, and he'd agree like he wasn't the one with sweat soaking through his shirt and a hand that shook when he tried to hold a pencil steady. We set up the cheap pop-up canopy we bought at Walmart, the kind that comes in a long bag and always pinches your fingers when you collapse it. We put a cooler under it with bottled water and Gatorade. Dad made fun of me for buying name-brand electrolyte packets like we were running a marathon. Then he drank 3. On Wednesday, we drove into town for supplies. That town is the kind of place where the hardware store is half lumberyard, half gossip exchange. The parking lot was full of lifted trucks with mud still on the tires from someone's idea of fun. Inside, the air smelled like fertilizer, rubber, and old coffee. We had a list that looked like a ransom note concrete mix. Rebar, anchors, hurricane ties, joist hangers, tarps, heavy-duty extension cords, a roll of orange utility line. The orange line matters, though I didn't know that yet. Dad walked the aisles like he owned them, nodding at people he half recognized. I pushed the cart and tried not to think about the total climbing on the little screen as we scanned items. Lumber prices were still stupid. Every time I looked at a stack of 2x6, I saw my savings account bleeding. At the counter, the clerk asked where we were building. Dad gave him a vague answer, something like out by the pond, and the clerk's expression tightened in a way that was almost nothing. Not fear, not surprise, just a quick recalculation, like he'd been reminded of an appointment he didn't want to keep. "We'll need an auger," Dad said. The clerk pointed us toward the rental desk, still smiling, but the smile didn't reach his eyes anymore. That night we slept in a cheap motel in town because Dad's headache hit hard around sunset. He didn't like the idea of sleeping at the property yet anyway. No cabin, no walls, no bed. He liked a door that locked, and a bathroom with fluorescent lights, and a TV remote that worked. Even a motel door feels like safety when you're staring at a dark tree line. I lay in the motel bed, listening to him breathe in the other bed. The TV was off. The air conditioner clicked on and off with a mechanical sigh. Outside, someone's truck alarm chirped and then went silent. It all felt normal. It felt like a story about a father and son building a cabin, like the kind of thing you hear in commercials when they want to sell you truck tires and nostalgia. That's what I keep coming back to. How normal it was at first. We poured the foundation the next day. That's when Dad was happiest, because concrete feels permanent. He liked anything that made the dream feel less like a sketch and more like a fact. We leveled forms, mixed bags, worked in the heat until our shirts were stiff with sweat. The smell of cement dust hung in my nose. Dad's tremor was worse after that, but he hid it by keeping his hand busy. By the end of week 1, the site looked like something, not a cabin yet, but a promise: corners, lines, a rectangle carved out of wilderness. The stars out there at night were too bright. You could see the Milky Way like someone spilled salt across a black table. It was the kind of sky that makes you feel small in a comforting way, the kind of small that lets you breathe. Dad stood at the edge of the cleared area one night and said, "This is going to be good." And I believed him. I want you to understand that. I wasn't out there looking for a ghost story. I wasn't chasing a legend. I wasn't trying to tempt fate. I was trying to give my dad a win. One more normal summer where the worst thing that happened was a splinter. If you asked me then, I'd have told you the scariest part was the money. The second week hadn't started yet. The cabin frame wasn't up. Nothing tall, nothing strange, nothing that should have felt like a threat. And still, on that first night, we decided to sleep on the property just one night, just to be there. Dad said I woke up because the world went quiet. I don't mean it got quieter. I mean it was like someone hit a switch and shut nature off. No insects, no frogs by the pond, no distant owl, no wind moving through pine needles. Even the pond, which should have been making tiny night sounds, felt still. I opened my eyes in the dark and listened. My heart doing that annoying thing where it decides to run even though you haven't moved. Dad was asleep in the other sleeping bag. I could see the shape of him on the ground, the faint rise and fall of his chest. The flashlight sat beside my head. My phone had 1 bar of service, which felt like a joke. Then I heard it. One small knock, not from outside the tent, not from a tree, from somewhere close, too close. It sounded like a knuckle tapping wood. A single, patient talk, as if someone was testing a wall. The problem was, there was no wall yet. Just the beginning of a frame. Just studs and beams stacked near the site. And the knock sounded like it came from inside them. To the first missing thing, the next morning, I told myself the knock had been a branch. That's what you do when you're trying to be a normal person in an abnormal place. You take something that felt deliberate and you sand it down into something that can happen by accident. A pine cone falling, a squirrel, the wind. The problem was, there hadn't been any wind. Not that night. Not enough to move a needle. Dad didn't mention it when he woke up. He came out of his sleeping bag stiff and cranky, rubbed his neck like he'd slept on concrete, which he had, and immediately started talking about what we needed to hit that day: string lines, squaring the corners, getting the first sections of floor up so the site would stop feeling like a campsite and start feeling like a build. He was in a good mood, which meant I wasn't going to ruin it by saying, "Hey, did you hear someone knock on the lumber last night?" We made coffee on a little camp stove and ate bacon that came out too salty because Dad insisted on buying the cheap kind. The morning light cut through the trees in slanted bars. The pond looked like black glass again, and a thin mist hovered over it like breath. It was almost peaceful. We worked like we had a deadline and a judge. Dad liked the parts of building that were pure geometry. He'd snap chalk lines and smile like he was doing art. He'd hold the end of a tape measure with his shaking hand and pretend he wasn't compensating by pressing his thumb down harder than he should. Every once in a while, I'd see the tremor jump small, fast, and I'd look away the way you look away when someone you love is trying not to be embarrassed. By mid-morning, we had layout strings crisscrossed over the foundation like a spider web. We checked diagonals until they matched. We argued about 1/8 of an inch like it was a moral issue. We set our first treated sill plates and drilled anchors. When you're doing that kind of work, the world narrows to wood, fasteners, and the feel of a level bubble sliding into place. It's a good kind of focus. It makes you forget you're afraid. Dad still pushed too hard, though. That was always the underlying tension. He'd lean into a task until his face went red, then pretend he was just hot. He'd grimace for half a second when he stood up too fast, and then laugh like it was a joke. I started using my usual tricks. My back's killing me. I said around noon, wiping sweat off my forehead with a forearm. Let's take 5. Dad rolled his eyes but sat down on a stack of 2x10s. He drank water like it was an insult. His left hand shook when he brought the bottle up. He pretended it didn't. We framed the floor in the afternoon. Joists, hangers, blocking, the satisfying thunk of nails, the whine of the circular saw, the smell of fresh-cut pine. For the first time, the cabin footprint felt like a place you could stand, not just a rectangle on paper. Dad got that look in his eye again, the one that made him 10 years younger. He stood on the new framing and spread his arms like he could already see walls rising around him. "Loft's going to be up there," he said, pointing. "Windows facing the pond. You'll see sunrise through them. You're getting ahead of yourself." I told him, but I couldn't keep the grin out of my voice. He made a noise that meant I've been ahead of myself for 20 years. It stayed good right up until it didn't. We called it around 6. Dad's color was off. Not dramatic, just a little gray, like someone had turned the saturation down on his face. He claimed it was just tired. I claimed my back was worse. We compromised by stopping. We cleaned up the site like we always did. Tools got stacked in the truck bed. Loose materials got tarped. We chained the gate at the start of the access trail, even though the gate was more symbolic than secure. Out there, if someone wanted in, they could walk around it. But it made Dad feel better. Then Dad said, casual, as if he was asking about the weather. Where's the nail gun? I didn't immediately register the weight of that question, because the nail gun was not the kind of tool that just disappears. It was my dad's pride. A DeWalt cordless framing nailer he'd bought after months of talking himself into it. He treated it like a pet. It's in the truck, I said, already turning toward the bed. I climbed up, moved the tarp, shifted the coil of orange line, checked under the bucket of screws. The spot where the nail gun should have been, because we always put it in the same spot, was empty. I froze there with one knee on the bumper. Dad watched me from the ground. His expression was neutral, but I could see the tightness around his mouth. He was already doing the math in his head, already deciding who it was going to be blamed on. It was on the sawhorse, he said. No. I stopped, because I wasn't sure. I'd been moving tools all day. I'd been grabbing, setting down, grabbing again. The nail gun could have been on the sawhorse, could have been on the subfloor, could have been in the grass. Dad's voice sharpened. I left it right there. I hopped down and we went back through the site. We checked the sawhorse, we checked the subfloor, we checked the pile of cutoffs, we checked under tarps and behind the stack of plywood. We even checked the back seat of the truck, like we were searching for a missing set of keys. Nothing. The air started to change. Not in a supernatural way, just in that human way where a good day turns into a fight because a single detail doesn't fit. Dad's gaze kept flicking to me, then away. He looked embarrassed and angry at the same time. "You sure you didn't put it somewhere stupid?" he asked. And the way he said stupid made it clear he wasn't talking about the nail gun. I felt my own irritation flare up. I'm sure I didn't walk 12 feet and throw a $400 tool into the pond, if that's what you mean. It didn't grow legs, Dad snapped. That hit a nerve in him, I think, because he'd been dealing with a body that didn't do what he told it to. His hand shook, his head hurt, his pride was fragile. A missing nail gun felt like the universe messing with him on purpose. "So what are you saying?" I asked. "You think I stole it?" Dad's face went hard. "Don't be ridiculous." But he didn't say what he did think, and that silence sat between us like a third person. We searched again, slower this time, more careful. We even walked the edge of the cleared area and looked for tracks. The ground was soft with needles and loam, which should have held prints if someone had been tromping around. All I saw were our own boot marks and the neat lines where we dragged lumber. Nothing else. Dad finally rubbed his forehead and said, "Maybe we forgot to lock the truck last night." "We slept here," I reminded him. He looked away toward the pond. That was the first time I felt it, something subtle behind the annoyance. Not fear exactly, more like a sense of being watched. The way you feel when you're in a store and you realize the security guard has been following you for 3 aisles. It didn't make sense. There was no one out there. The woods were quiet, the pond still, the sky huge and indifferent. Still. I found myself glancing at the tree line and thinking, if someone is watching, where are they standing? Dad made the decision for us. We'll go to town in the morning. Buy another one. We can't frame walls without it. He said it like he was trying to keep his voice steady, like if he sounded normal enough, the situation would become normal again. We drove into town the next day under a sky that looked too clean. The road out from the property is a rough gravel strip that shakes your suspension like it's trying to loosen your teeth. Dust kicked up behind us in a brown cloud. Dad complained about the potholes. I kept thinking about the empty spot in the truck bed where the nail gun should have been. At the hardware store, the clerk recognized us again. He looked at the cart, the lumber list in my hand, and then his eyes went to Dad's face like he was checking something. "What can I help you with?" he asked. Dad didn't hesitate. "Need another framing nailer." "Same one." The clerk's eyebrows lifted. Another one. Dad's jaw tightened. The first one walked off. The clerk made a little sound in his throat that might have been surprise, might have been something else. He didn't ask where we were building this time. He just walked us to the tool aisle and pulled the exact model off the shelf like he'd been expecting it. I watched him scan it at the register. The number popped up on the screen and I felt my stomach drop the way it drops when you realize a small mistake is going to be expensive. The clerk slid the receipt toward me. "Keep this," he said, a little too firmly, like it mattered more than a receipt should. "I always do," I said. He looked at me for a beat longer than necessary, then smiled. "Where you boys headed back out to?" Dad answered before I could. "The pond." The smile stayed on the clerk's face, but it stiffened. "Ah," he said. Like that explained something. Then he went back to being cheerful. "Well, good luck with it." Outside, Dad tossed the new nail gun into the truck bed like it had personally offended him. He climbed into the passenger seat and massaged his temple with 2 fingers. "You okay?" I asked. "Headache," he muttered. "We can stay at the motel tonight." I offered, "Give you a break." He shook his head. "No, I'm sleeping on that land. I'm not going to let a missing tool spook me." He said the word spook like it was an insult. I didn't argue, but I felt the first thin thread of dread tighten in my chest. Not because of the nail gun, because of the way Dad said "let," as if something had tried. We got back to the property in late afternoon. The air was warmer, heavier. We parked by the site and I did the first thing I always do now in that place. Even though I didn't know it would become a habit, I scanned. Gate chain was intact. The cheap padlock we used was still in place. No fresh tire tracks on the access trail besides our own. No disturbed brush that suggested someone had walked in. Everything looked untouched, which should have been comforting. Instead, it made my skin crawl. We worked until dusk. Dad insisted he felt fine. He moved slower than he wanted to admit, but he kept moving. We got the first wall sections laid out on the subfloor. We marked studs, cut plates. The new nail gun fired clean and loud, each shot snapping through the quiet like a punctuation mark. When the sun dropped behind the trees, the temperature fell fast. That's how it is near water. Day heat evaporates and the cold rises up like the pond is breathing. We put tools away. We tarped lumber. We ate chili out of cans with plastic spoons and pretended it was good. Dad told a story about a guy he knew in the 80s who built an entire cabin with hand tools just to prove he could. I laughed in the right places. I didn't tell him I was checking the tree line every time the woods made a noise. And then, because the world loves timing, we got the micro jump scare. I went to the truck to grab my sleeping bag. I opened the driver door and the interior light clicked on, dim and yellow. The windshield was fogged, not on the outside, on the inside. A patch of misty condensation bloomed right where a person's face would be if they'd been sitting in the driver's seat and breathing. My first thought was stupid. Did I leave the defroster on? Then I remembered the truck hadn't been running. It hadn't been locked in a heated garage. It had been sitting outside with the windows closed for hours. I leaned closer, feeling suddenly cold despite the humid air, and raised my hand. I wiped the fog with my palm. It cleared in a smooth smear, and in that smear, for half a second, the light caught something, an outline that looked like a handprint. Fingers splayed, as if someone had pressed their hand to the glass from the inside and then pulled away. The shape wasn't crisp. It wasn't Hollywood perfect. It was the kind of thing you could explain if you wanted to oil from skin, temperature change, my own mind connecting dots. But my stomach turned anyway. I stepped back from the open door so fast I banged my shin on the frame and swore. Dad looked up from the cooler. "What nothing?" I said too quickly. "Just hit my leg." He watched me, and I saw the flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Not suspicion of me, suspicion of the world. The same look he'd had when the nail gun vanished. I shut the truck door harder than I meant to. That night we slept on the property again. We set up our sleeping bags on the subfloor because Dad liked the idea of sleeping in the cabin, even if the cabin was still just a skeleton of lumber under an open sky. We hung a tarp overhead like a roof and told ourselves it was enough. Dad fell asleep faster than I did. He always did. Even with headaches, even with worry, he could drop into sleep like he flipped a switch. I lay there listening to the pond and the trees and the distant sound of nothing. At some point, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember is Dad sitting up suddenly beside me. So fast the subfloor creaked. He didn't speak at first. He just held still. Head turned toward the open backside of the frame where the woods started. What I whispered. Dad lifted one finger. The universal sign for listen. We listened. For a long moment there was only the normal night noise insects. Faint water movement, the soft creak of lumber cooling. Then came one sound, a single slow step near the tree line. Not a snap of a twig, not an animal scurrying, a step with weight, a deliberate crunch of pine needles, like a boot settling, then nothing. No second step, no retreat, no continuation. Just that one slow, heavy footfall, placed exactly where someone would stand if they wanted us to know they were there. Dad's breathing went shallow. I could hear it in the dark. He didn't get up. He didn't shine the flashlight. He didn't call out. He just stayed sitting, staring into the black between the trees like his eyes might adjust enough to see a shape. After a long minute, he whispered, not to me exactly, more like to the air itself. "All right?" And he lay back down. But he didn't sleep. Neither did I. Not really. Because from that moment on, the cabin didn't feel like a project. It felt like something that had been noticed. 3, proof it isn't a person. The next few days had the same shape as any build. Coffee, sweat, measuring twice, cutting once, arguing over stupid details like the world wasn't full of bigger ones. If you looked at us from the road, which you couldn't, because there was no road close enough, you would have seen a father and son doing the most ordinary American thing there is, trying to turn land into a legacy. 2 guys in work boots and sunburned necks, a cooler under a tarp, a radio that only got one station if you held it at the right angle. That was the lie the place let us keep. It gave us normal enough days that we could keep pretending the nights were nothing. But the wrongness started to collect in small piles. The way dust does. Quiet. Easy to ignore until it coats everything. It began with the tape measure. We were laying out studs for the first wall section. The kind of repetitive work that makes you feel productive because every mark is a step closer to something vertical. Dad had his old metal tape yellowed, dented, numbers worn smooth where his thumb always rested. I had mine, newer, bright, with the clip still shiny. Dad measured and called out numbers. I marked 16 on center. He said, "Start from the left." I was halfway through the line when he stopped talking. I looked up. He was staring down at his tape measure like it had offended him. What I asked. He held it up. The end was wrong. The last few inches were gone. Not torn, not bent back. Gone like it had been cleanly cut with heavy shears. The hook was still attached, but the tape ended abruptly. A sharp metal edge where there should have been more length. For a second, I thought he'd snapped it in a tantrum and forgot, but the cut was too clean for that. The metal wasn't crumpled. It was as if someone had taken scissors to it. Dad's face darkened. He glanced around the site, then toward the woods, then back at me. "You mess with this?" he asked. It wasn't a loud accusation. It was worse. It was tired. It was the kind of question you ask when you don't want the answer, because the answer will either insult you or scare you. "No," I said. "Why would I?" He clenched his jaw. The tremor in his left hand jumped as he reeled the tape back in. The clicking sound was sharp in the quiet. We went on with my tape measure instead. Dad muttered under his breath about cheap tools, even though his wasn't cheap. He kept calling it defective. The way you call a problem defective because you don't want to call it what it feels like. Then it happened again. Not to the big things, not to the obvious. To the small items you don't track until you realize you've started tracking them. A pencil snapped in half and put back in the exact place it belonged on the subfloor. Like someone had broken it out of irritation and then, politely, returned it. A box of screws we'd left sealed on the sawhorse opened overnight. The screws weren't spilled in a messy scatter. They were poured into a neat line, single file, like someone had counted them out. There must have been 100 of them, all silver heads aligned, all pointing the same direction. Dad stared at that line for a long time. "It's a squirrel," he said finally, and his voice was too flat. "Squirrels don't do that," I said before I could stop myself. Dad's eyes flicked to me, sharp. "You got a better explanation?" he asked. Not in a curious way, in a warning way, like he didn't want me to answer. So I shut my mouth, because the honest answer was yes. I did. I just didn't want to say it where the woods could hear. We kept working. We had to. That's the thing about building something in the middle of nowhere. There's always another task, another measurement, another reason to put your head down and focus. Fear thrives when you stop moving. Work gives you the illusion you're in control. But the place kept pricking holes in that illusion. On Thursday afternoon, I walked back to the truck to grab more nails. The sun was high and hot, the kind of heat that makes the air shimmer above the ground. The truck had been parked in the same spot all day, windows up. When I opened the door, the smell hit me first. Not cigarette smoke, not sweat, damp earth. That cold, wet smell you get when you open a basement door after a storm. It made no sense in the July heat. I leaned in, and that's when I saw the window, fogged again, from the inside. A soft oval of condensation right where a face would be if someone had been sitting there breathing slowly, patiently, like they had all the time in the world. And this time, I didn't wipe it right away. I stared at it. because something in me was starting to understand patterns, and patterns are what your brain clings to when reality turns slippery. In the fog, there was a mark. Not a random smear, not a vague shadow. A palm print, 5 fingers, splayed slightly. The heel of the hand pressed hard enough to leave a clearer outline than the rest. It wasn't perfect like a crime scene photo. It was subtle, like skin oil, like the window had been touched and then breathed on. But it was there, on the inside. I stood there with my hand hovering, afraid to touch it, afraid to wipe it away, afraid of what it meant if I left it. Then, because I'm a grown man and grown men are apparently idiots when fear makes them feel powerless, I pressed my own hand against the glass beside it. My palm was bigger, my fingers were thicker, my handprint looked human and warm. The other print looked wrong, not in size exactly, in shape. The fingers seemed too long, the palm too narrow, like someone wearing gloves that didn't fit their bones. I pulled my hand away so fast I almost fell backward. Dad called from the site. "You all right, yeah?" I said. My voice came out hoarse. I grabbed the nails, slammed the truck door, and walked back like nothing had happened. My heart was beating too fast. Sweat slid down my spine in cold streaks. I didn't tell Dad, not right then. He was already on edge, and his headaches had been getting worse. Twice that week, he'd had to sit down with his eyes closed, knuckles white around his water bottle. The cabin was supposed to be the thing that made him feel alive again. I wasn't going to be the one to tell him the woods might be watching us. But Dad noticed everything anyway. That evening, while we were measuring window openings, his hand started shaking so bad he couldn't hold the level steady. He tried to laugh it off, tried to blame the sun, tried to pretend his arm wasn't betraying him. Then the headache hit. You could see it in the way his face changed. His eyes narrowed, his mouth pressed into a line, his shoulders hunched like he was bracing against an invisible shove. He sat down hard on a stack of plywood. "I'm fine," he said before I could ask. "Dad, I'm fine." He repeated, louder, like volume could make it true. I gave him space. I found myself glancing toward the woods again, toward the place where we'd heard that single step. That night, the air felt heavy even before it got dark. The sky was clear, no storm, no reason for pressure changes. But as the sun went down, it felt like the space around the cabin frame thickened, like someone had poured syrup into the atmosphere. We slept on the subfloor again, because Dad refused the motel now like it was surrender. He lay down with his back to the woods, facing the pond, as if he could choose which direction the danger came from. I didn't sleep much. Not really. Every time I started to drift, I'd jolt awake to the sound of my own thoughts. At some point near midnight, I got up to pee. I stepped off the subfloor and walked toward the edge of the clearing, flashlight off because the moonlight was bright enough to see by. As I crossed under the half-built doorway, something happened that I still struggle to describe without sounding crazy. The air changed, not gradually, not like a breeze, instantly. 1 second I was walking through warm summer night air. The next second I felt like I'd stepped into a cold pool. It was pressure, but not the kind you feel in your ears on an airplane. It was pressure on your skin, on your chest, on your teeth. Like the world was suddenly pressing in from all sides. My breath caught. I stopped mid-step. The hairs on my arms stood up. In my flashlight-free vision, the cabin frame looked darker, sharper, like the shadows had gotten deeper. Then, After 2 or 3 seconds, it released. The pressure vanished like it had never been there. Warm air again. Normal night. I stood there frozen, waiting for something else. My heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Nothing happened. No movement. No sound. And that was almost worse, because it meant it could touch the world without leaving a mark. It meant it could change things and then put them back like it was being polite. I went back to my sleeping bag without peeing. I didn't want to walk through the doorway again. In the morning, we woke early because Dad couldn't sleep through his headache. He was up before the sun, sitting on the edge of the subfloor, staring out at the pond like it might offer an answer. I got up and started gathering tools out of habit, trying to keep the day moving. That's when I saw it. In the center of the foundation, dead center like someone had measured it, was my dad's original nail gun. Not the replacement we'd bought. The original, the one that had vanished. It sat there on the wood like a gift, like an offering. The weirdest part wasn't that it was back. It wasn't even how perfectly placed it was. It was how clean it looked. It had been missing for days. If a person had taken it and brought it back, it would have been tossed, scratched, dusty, at least damp with morning dew. This nail gun was dry, no dew, no pine needles stuck to it, no dust in the creases. It looked like it had just been lifted out of a tool case and set down carefully. Dad walked up beside me and stopped so abruptly his boot scuffed the wood. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Then Dad said, very softly, "That's mine." "Yeah," I whispered. He crouched down slowly, like he was approaching a wild animal. His left hand trembled as he reached for it. I expected him to snatch it up in triumph, to laugh like we'd beaten whatever stupid thing had happened. He didn't. He picked it up the way you pick up something you found on the floor in a hospital hallway and don't want to touch with bare hands. He turned it over, inspecting every edge. "It's dry," he said. I nodded. On the wood next to where it had been sitting was something else. A stone, small, black, wet. It looked like river rock, the kind you'd find in a stream bed, smooth and cold. But there was no stream near the cabin site, just the pond. And the pond's shoreline wasn't rocky like that. It was mud and reeds and soft earth. The stone glistened like it had just been pulled from water. I stared at it, and a thought came into my mind so clear it felt like someone else had placed it there. "This is a receipt." Dad stared at it too. His face was tight. His eyes looked older than they had the day before. He didn't pick up the stone. He didn't kick it away. He just stood there holding the nail gun like it weighed more than it should. And I watched his mouth open slightly, like he was about to say something. Then he closed it again. He looked out at the trees, not searching, exactly, listening with his eyes. And when he finally spoke, his voice wasn't angry. It was controlled, careful. "Finish the walls today," he said. "We move fast." I swallowed. "Dad, we move fast," he repeated. And there was something in that repetition that scared me more than the stone. It wasn't determination. It was the sound of someone adjusting to a rule. As we worked, I kept thinking about that nail gun sitting dead center on our foundation. How it had been returned like a correction. How the stone sat beside it like punctuation. And the palm print on the inside of the truck window. And the single step in the dark. And the pressure in the doorway that made the air feel like water. By noon, I was no longer asking myself who had done it. I was asking myself why. And by the time the sun started to fall and the shadows stretched long across the subfloor, I understood something I hadn't wanted to understand. That was the first time I knew it wasn't stealing. It was editing. For a morning, like a watercolor dad's appointment in town was supposed to be a good sign. It meant he was listening to the doctor. At least enough to show up and let someone in a white coat tell him what he already didn't want to hear. It meant there was still a routine to follow: checkups, vitals, paperwork, the normal machinery of life. It meant we weren't out here completely alone with our mistakes. That morning, he was up before me, moving stiffly around the half-framed cabin like he owned it. The sun hadn't fully cleared the trees yet, but he was already packing a daybag water, a granola bar, the folder with his discharge papers and follow-up notes. He had that determined look in his face, the one that said he'd rather cut his own arm off than admit he was afraid of his own heart. "You coming?" I asked, still half asleep, rubbing grit out of my eyes. He shook his head. "You stay. Get the ridge beam staged. We'll be behind if we lose the day." "Dad, I'm not losing a day," he said, and then softened it with a shrug. "It's just a check. I'll be back by lunch." His left hand trembled as he zipped his hoodie. He noticed me looking and shoved his hand into the pocket like it didn't matter. Before he left, he stood at the edge of the foundation and looked at the trees. It was subtle, just a pause, a stillness. Then he turned away like he hadn't done it. He took the truck and left me with my own vehicle and the half-built skeleton of the cabin. The engine sound faded down the access trail, swallowed by the woods. And then there was nothing. Not quiet, exactly. A blankness. The day should have sounded like morning birds, insects, wind in needles, the pond making small, wet movements. Instead, the air felt muffled, like someone had wrapped the whole place in thick cloth. I stepped out onto the subfloor with my coffee and felt the shift in the world immediately. Fog. It wasn't the kind that sits low and pretty over the water like something out of a postcard. This fog was thick and uniform, like a wall you could walk into. It wasn't rolling in waves. It was simply there, filling the clearing and pressing against the trees. Past 20 feet. The woods blurred into a smear of gray-green. The cabin frame, our frame, looked unfinished and unreal, like a drawing someone hadn't colored in yet. The pond was gone completely, replaced by a pale void. Even the sky had no depth. Everything beyond arm's length looked like watercolor on wet paper. I took a sip of coffee and it tasted wrong, like the air had stolen the bitterness. Sound didn't travel the way it should have. Normally, if you drop a hammer on a subfloor, you can hear it ring across the whole site. In that fog, my footsteps sounded like I was walking through carpet. When I set my coffee cup down, the clink felt swallowed before it fully happened. It was the kind of atmosphere that makes you check over your shoulder for no reason. I tried to keep my mind on work. That was my strategy. Now stay useful. Stay busy. Don't give fear an empty chair at the table. I laid out materials for the ridge beam, checked measurements twice, marked cut lines. I made a little list on a scrap of plywood with a carpenter pencil ridge beam, hurricane ties, window headers, brace wall sections, normal build stuff, things I could control. Still, I kept glancing at the spot where the original nail gun had been returned, and the place where the black wet stone had sat beside it. We'd kicked the stone into the dirt without speaking about it. Neither of us wanted it in the cabin. Neither of us wanted to decide what it meant. The fog made everything feel closer and farther at the same time. I could see the nearest trees clearly, the bark wet-looking even though it hadn't rained. But beyond those first trunks, the woods were just a smear. It felt like the forest had moved a few steps forward while I wasn't looking. I told myself it was weather. It was a known phenomenon around water. The area gets misty mornings. I'd even said that to friends when they asked about the property. It's foggy out there sometimes, pretty, kind of eerie. This didn't feel pretty. This felt like the world had been deliberately blurred. Around mid-morning, I carried a stack of 2x6 toward the frame and set them down on the subfloor. The wood made a dull thud. The fog swallowed even that. I was turning back toward the truck when I saw someone standing inside the frame. At first, my brain refused to label it as a person. It was a shape, a dark vertical line in the gray. My mind tried to place it as a shadow, a stack of lumber, a tarp pulled upright by wind. Then the shape moved just slightly, and the human part of my brain finally caught up. A figure, about average height, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood up, hands at their sides, facing away from me, toward the back wall where we hadn't put sheathing yet. They were too still. Not standing still like someone waiting. More like paused, like they were pretending to be part of the scene. Every hair on my arms rose. My first thought wasn't supernatural. It was practical and angry trespasser. Someone had been on the property. Someone had taken the nail gun. Someone had been close enough to touch the inside of my truck window. My second thought followed right after. How did they get here without me hearing? I set the board I was holding down slowly. My coffee cup trembled in my hand, and I realized I'd been squeezing it too hard. "Hey!" I shouted. The sound came out louder than I expected, but it didn't carry. It felt like I'd yelled into a pillow. The figure didn't flinch, didn't turn, didn't run. A cold irritation spread through me, the kind you get when someone ignores you on purpose. I took 2 steps forward, voice rising into that property owner tone you hear in guys who love their fences. "This is private land," I called. "You need to leave." Still nothing, for a fraction of a second. I considered that it might be a kid, a squatter, someone camping out. People do that sometimes, find a remote patch of woods and decide it's theirs for a weekend. But the posture didn't match that. There was no nervousness. No, oh crap. I got caught energy. It just stood there, facing away, as if it hadn't heard me at all. I started walking toward it, more cautious now, but fueled by a stupid confidence. I had a hammer in my tool belt. I had size and momentum. It was daylight. It was just a guy in a hoodie, and I was tired of feeling like my own project had been hijacked. "Turn around," I said, "closer, right now." The figure moved then. Not startled, not rushing. It began to walk forward in a smooth, steady way, stepping through where the back doorway would be and into the fog. It didn't look back. That should have been the moment my instincts won. The moment I let it go and stayed with the safety of the frame. The moment I remembered every horror movie and every true crime story that starts with someone saying, "I just wanted answers." But anger is a strong drug. I wanted my nail gun back. I wanted my time back. I wanted an explanation that didn't involve whetstones and pressure changes and palm prints on the wrong side of glass. "Stop," I shouted, and stepped off the subfloor into the clearing beyond. The fog hit me like a soft wall. The air was damp enough that my face immediately felt wet. Not from droplets, but from humidity clinging to skin. The ground under my boots was quieter than it should have been. Pine needles muffling everything. The hoodie shape was maybe 30 yards ahead, a dark stroke moving between pale trunks. Every few seconds, it vanished behind a tree or into the thicker gray, and then reappeared. I walked faster, pushing through ferns, stepping over deadfall. The figure didn't speed up. That was the first truly wrong thing about it. Even a bold trespasser, even someone confident, would react to being chased. They would run, or at least quicken their steps. This thing maintained the exact same pace, like it had decided the speed of the scene, and I didn't get a vote. I tried to close the distance anyway. I picked up into a half jog. The fog made it feel like I was running in place. The trees seemed to shift around me, their spacing too uniform, their trunks repeating like a pattern. I could hear my own breathing loud in my ears. I couldn't hear much else. No birds, no insects, no distant road, just the soft hush of my boots and my pulse. "Hey," I yelled again, and the word died in the fog. It didn't echo. It didn't bounce. It just disappeared. The hoodie stayed the same distance away. I pushed harder. I wanted to catch up just to prove I could. The ground got rougher. Underbrush snagged my jeans. Branches scratched at my forearms. My lungs started to burn. Still, the figure remained 30 yards ahead, as if it were attached to me by an invisible string. I remember the moment I realized what was happening, because it was so small and so humiliating. I saw a fallen log between two trees and thought, perfect. If I cut across, I'll gain. The figure was going around the log. I aimed for the shorter path, stepped over it, almost tripped, recovered. And when I straightened up, the hoodie was still 30 yards ahead, moving between the trees at the same calm pace. It wasn't that I had lost ground. It was that I had not gained any. My stomach tightened. It felt like being on a treadmill where the scenery stays the same no matter how hard you run. Like the forest itself was maintaining a distance, keeping the figure just far enough ahead to remain visible. A lure. That thought hit me with such clarity I almost stopped. Almost. But then I had another thought worse. What if it isn't trying to get away from me? What if it's trying to get me away from the cabin? The fog made the world directionless. I glanced back and immediately regretted it. I couldn't see the cabin frame at all anymore. The clearing was gone. The bright rectangle of our subfloor, our tarp, our stacks of lumber gone, as if the build site had been erased behind me. I told myself it was because of the fog and trees. I told myself it was normal to lose sight of the clearing after 50 yards. But it didn't feel normal. It felt like I'd stepped across a line. I slowed down, suddenly aware of how stupid it was to chase anyone into remote woods. Suddenly aware of how Dad had said, "Don't let a missing tool spook me," as if the word spook had teeth. The hoodie kept walking. I thought about turning back. I even shifted my weight, preparing to pivot, to retrace my steps. And that's when the figure moved in a way that snapped my attention back like a hook in my cheek. It didn't turn its head, it didn't glance back, but it stepped behind a tree trunk and paused just long enough that, from my angle, it looked like it was waiting. Like it knew I was thinking about leaving. Like it was allowing me a choice. My anger flared back up. I hated that. I hated being manipulated by a person in a hoodie. Hated feeling like I was in a game and didn't know the rules. "Yeah, keep walking," I muttered, and kept going. The fog deepened as we went. Or maybe the world simply got grayer, more washed out. The trunks of the trees started to look like silhouettes. The ground became a blurred texture under my boots. I could no longer see the top of the canopy clearly. The sky was just a flat, milky light. At some point, I realized something else. I could smell the pond. Not the nice part, fresh water, algae, summer mud. The cold part, the stale part, the smell you get when you flip a wet tarp that's been sitting too long and something underneath has started to rot. It came and went in soft gusts, like a breath. My skin prickled. I forced myself to focus on the hoodie shape. It was the only solid thing in a world that had become watercolor. I tried to listen for footfalls, for branches snapping, for any sign of a real person moving ahead of me. Nothing. I could see it walking, but I couldn't hear it. The silence wasn't total. My own movements made sound, but everything else was muted. The hoodie moved like it was gliding through damp air without friction. I don't know how long I followed. 10 minutes, 20. Time felt strange in that fog. Without sun or horizon, there was no anchor. It could have been 5 minutes and it could have been an hour. All I know is my legs started to ache and my lungs started to protest, and still I couldn't close the distance. 30 yards, always 30 yards. My mind began cycling through explanations, the way it does when it can't accept a thing is happening. It's an optical illusion. The fog is messing with depth perception. The figure is farther than you think. The trees are making it hard to judge. Then, a second voice in my head, quieter but more honest. Or it's exactly where it wants to be. I slowed again, finally letting common sense break through my adrenaline. I looked at the ground, trying to find a trail, trying to see if there were footprints I could follow back if I turned around. Pine needles, ferns, soft earth, no clear prints, nothing definitive. My heart started to pound harder, not from exertion now, but from a creeping realization if I couldn't see the cabin, and I couldn't see a clear path, and I couldn't even hear the thing I was chasing, then what exactly did I think I was doing? I raised my head again, ready to stop, ready to shout one last warning and then leave. The hoodie was still there, still moving, still 30 yards ahead, and I understood, in a cold, humiliating way, that I wasn't chasing it. I was being led. The thought made my mouth go dry. I tried to stop completely. I planted my feet and held still, forcing my body to obey me. My breath came fast. Sweat cooled on my back under my shirt. The fog clung to my eyelashes. The hoodie didn't stop. It continued at the same pace, slipping between trunks, fading in and out of the gray. And even as it moved away, the distance between us didn't change the way it should have. It was still visible, still present, still pulling my attention forward like a magnet. That was the hook. That was the mechanism. I stood there, frozen, watching it drift through the woods like a dark brushstroke across wet paper. And I realized I could keep seeing it for as long as it wanted me to see it. Not because my eyes were good, because the forest was giving me a target, a moving point to follow. A treadmill. I took one step forward, against my better judgment, and felt a bitter, stupid anger rise again. Not at the figure, exactly. At myself. At the part of me that still believed I could win if I just tried harder. The hoodie slipped behind a tree and reappeared, exactly where it had been, exactly as far ahead as before. And I followed. 5, the circle that shouldn't exist. The deeper I went, the less the woods felt like woods. That sounds dramatic, like I'm trying to sell you a ghost story. I'm not. I mean it in the plainest, most physical way. The forest stopped behaving like a place that existed on its own and started behaving like a place that was being arranged around me. At first, it was just density. The trees grew closer together, the trunks narrowing my path until I had to angle my shoulders to squeeze between them. Ferns slapped my shins. Wet branches dragged across my arms, leaving cold streaks on my skin. I kept lifting my knees higher, stepping over deadfall, pushing through brush. But then the underbrush started to feel deliberate, like it was positioned. A thicket of blackberry vines lay across the most obvious line of travel, hooked and thorny, grabbing at my jeans like hands. I cut around it and immediately hit a pile of fallen limbs that forced me to climb. When I climbed, my boot caught on a root that wasn't in my way a second earlier. When I stepped down, the ground dipped, soft and sudden, like a hidden hole had opened under leaves. Any one of those things could have been normal. Woods are messy, woods trip you, but the sequence of it made my skin crawl. It felt like every time I tried to choose the quickest way, something was there waiting to snag me, slow me, keep my attention forward and my balance uncertain. And the hoodie shape never changed pace. Still 30 yards ahead. Still that smooth, steady walk. Still no hurry. The fog thickened until the world became two layers, what I could see clearly within arm's length. And everything else, trees, sky, distance washed into a gray smear. I stopped trying to find landmarks. There weren't any. Every trunk looked like the next. Every fern looked like another fern. Without the hoodie, I would have had no direction at all. That realization should have stopped me. Instead, it made me cling harder to the only thing I could track. My breath grew loud. It wasn't just that I was exerting myself. It was that everything else was disappearing sound-wise. The forest should have been alive with tiny noises, birds, insects, a far-off woodpecker, water movement from the pond. But the deeper I followed, the more those sounds faded until it was as if the world had been padded. Even my boots sounded wrong. They made a muted hush, like I was walking on carpet, not pine needles. I could hear two things clearly, my breathing and my heart. That's when I started to feel like prey. Not because something was chasing me, because I was alone, focused on a moving target, in a place that had gone unnaturally quiet. Every instinct I had, every primitive animal part kept whispering. If you can't hear the woods can hear you. I tried to call out one more time, not because I expected a response, but because I wanted to hear my own voice fill the space. I wanted to feel like I could still make sound in this fog. "Hey," I shouted. The word left my mouth and seemed to stop 2 feet in front of my face. Swallowed. It didn't echo. It didn't travel. It just died. A cold sweat broke out along my ribs. The hoodie moved ahead, indifferent. My anger had shifted now into something uglier, stubbornness. I'd already come this far. If I turned around without an answer, I would have spent the rest of my life replaying the chase in my head, telling myself I'd imagined it. I wanted to know what was under the hood. I wanted a human face. I wanted a reason. The woods offered me one. The hoodie slipped behind a cluster of trunks and vanished for longer than it had before. For the first time since the chase began, I couldn't immediately pick it out again. The gray swallowed it. My stomach dropped. I accelerated, pushing forward, scanning between trees like a man trying to catch sight of a boat in thick sea fog. Then I broke through into a clearing. It was so sudden it felt like stepping through a curtain. 1 second I was in dense woods. The next, open space. The clearing was a perfect circle, maybe 20 feet across. Not roughly circular, not sort of open. Perfect. The trees stopped at the edge like someone had drawn a boundary they weren't allowed to cross. Trunks ringed it in an even line, branches above interlacing like a dome. The fog didn't drift through it the same way. Inside the circle, the air looked clearer, but also heavier, as if the light had to push through something thicker to reach the ground. The ground itself was wrong. There were stones, smooth, dark stones placed in a pattern that made my brain itch. Not a campfire ring, not a random scatter. They were set deliberately in arcs and angles, forming something that looked like it meant something to someone who knew how to read it. Some stones were grouped in threes, some made short lines pointing toward the center. The whole arrangement had a balance to it, like a diagram. In the very center stood the hoodie figure, back still to me, hands still at its sides, hood still up, too still. There was no wind, but the edges of its hood didn't flutter. The fabric didn't shift. It looked like a person frozen mid-breath. I stopped at the edge of the circle. My first thought was the obvious one. This is a trap. Not a bear trap. Not a snare. A trap, in the older sense, something made to catch attention. To lure you into a boundary you don't see until you're inside it. I should have backed away right there. I should have turned around and walked back toward the cabin until my lungs stopped burning and my brain stopped inventing reasons to keep going. But I was standing there with adrenaline still hot in my blood, heart hammering. Mind locked on the idea that if I could just confront this trespasser, everything would snap back into the normal world. So I stepped forward. The moment my foot crossed the line, crossed the invisible boundary, where the trees stopped, I felt it. Pressure. It slammed into my body like I'd walked into deep water. Not the surface coolness, not the splash pressure in my chest, in my ears, in my teeth. My lungs didn't stop working, but suddenly each breath felt thick, like I was breathing through a wet cloth. My skin prickled violently. Pins and needles raced across my arms and legs, and my fingertips went numb as if blood had been sucked out of them. The sound in the world changed too. It dulled, muffled, as if someone had turned down the volume. My breathing sounded far away, like it belonged to someone else. My heartbeat became a thud in my skull. I tried to speak. My tongue felt heavy, slow. Hay came out as a rough exhale. The hoodie didn't move. I took another step, and the pressure increased. My knees felt stiff. My joints didn't want to bend. My body reacted like it was trying to wade through waist-deep water. The stones under my boots looked wet, glistening, though the ground around them was dry. The air smelled faintly of pond water that had sat too long, not fresh, stale, like the inside of an old boat. Hear me, I tried again, and my voice sounded like it was coming from underwater. No response. I kept moving, more slowly now, because fear was finally catching up to my anger. There was something wrong with this place. Wrong in a way that wasn't just someone creepy in the woods. I stopped again, 5 feet into the circle, and tried to back up. That's when I realized I had made a mistake. My body didn't obey the way it should have. In my mind, the command was simple: step back. But my leg lagged, as if the signal had to travel through syrup to reach it. I tried again, harder, like you do when you're drunk and your body isn't cooperating. My foot moved, but slowly, too slowly. I could feel the pins and needles intensify. like the blood was leaving my limbs. My hands tingled, then went numb, then tingled again. Panic crept up my throat. The hoodie figure stood in the center, still facing away, still unmoving. It was close enough now that I could see details. The fabric of the hoodie looked old and damp, darker in patches like it had been soaked and dried and soaked again. The shoulders seemed narrow, the posture too straight. Then came the jump scare that made my vision flash white. Two cold, wet fingertips brushed the back of my neck. Not a breeze, not a spider web, not an insect. Two fingertips, light pressure sliding along my hairline as if someone was checking where my skull ended and my spine began. I made a sound that wasn't a word. My whole body jerked. I whirled around, stumbling in the thick air, fists up like that would help. Nothing. The trees around the circle stood perfectly still. The fog beyond them looked flat, painted, no movement. No shape. I stared hard, eyes wide, trying to make my brain interpret shadows as threats. There was nothing to interpret. My stomach dropped into a cold pit. I snapped my head back toward the center. The hoodie still hadn't turned. I felt my heartbeat slam once, hard, like it was trying to escape my ribs. The rational part of my brain screamed at me then, finally loud enough to cut through the fogged silence. Leave. Now. I tried to run. Or rather, I tried to do the first motion of running shift weight, push off, swing my arms. My body refused. The pressure held me like a hand on my chest. My legs moved, but not fast, not even normal. Each step felt delayed, like the world was buffering. I stumbled toward the edge of the circle, toward the line where the trees began. But it felt like I was moving through knee-deep water with clothes on. The pins and needles became numbness. My feet went first, then my calves. The numbness climbed up my legs like cold. My hands clenched and unclenched without my permission. My fingers felt swollen, useless. I tried to shout, but my throat wouldn't open right. The sound that came out was small and wet. For a split second, I had an insane thought. This is what drowning is. Not water in your lungs, but the slow, helpless lag between wanting to move and being able to. The circle was only 20 feet across. In a normal world, I could have crossed it in 3 seconds. In that place, it felt endless. I reached the edge at least. I thought I did. The tree line seemed close enough to touch, and yet every step toward it felt like the distance stretched just out of reach. My vision started to tunnel, not metaphorically, literally. The edges of my sight darkened, closing in. The center stayed sharp, but everything peripheral became gray-black. I swallowed hard. My tongue felt like a piece of meat in my mouth, thick and stupid. My ears rang in the muffled silence. I tried one last time to command my body. Step out, step out, step out. My leg lifted. It moved forward, too slow. The numbness reached my thighs. My arms felt heavy at my sides, like they belonged to someone else. I didn't know if I was going to pass out or die. And in that moment, it felt like the difference didn't matter. Either way, I was being taken out of myself. I fell forward. My knees buckled as if someone had turned them off. The ground rose up, the stones blurring beneath me. I tried to catch myself with my hands, but my arms lagged behind my intention. As I hit the ground, my face turned upward. The last thing I saw, clearer than anything else, was the gray sky framed by branches at the edge of the circle. The branches looked like ribs, curved, reaching inward, and then the darkness closed in from the edges and met in the middle, and the world went out like a light. 6, missing time. Missing place. I came back in pieces. That's the only way I can describe it without lying. One moment I was staring up at that gray sky framed by branches like ribs, my body turning numb as if something had unplugged me. The next moment, after an eternity I can't measure, I was blinking at my father's face, close enough that I could see the broken blood vessels in his nose and the sweat at his hairline. He was shaking my shoulder hard. Not the gentle shake you give someone who fell asleep on the couch, the frantic, two-handed shake you give when you're trying to pull someone back from somewhere else. "Son," he said, and his voice cracked on the word. Jesus Christ. Son, wake up. Wake up. My mouth tasted like pennies. My tongue felt thick. When I tried to inhale, it came in shallow and sharp, like my lungs didn't trust the air. I tried to sit up and the world tilted. My dad grabbed me under the arm and hauled me like I weighed nothing. His left hand trembled as he did it, and the tremor wasn't subtle anymore. It was full-body fear shaking through him. What I managed, but it came out as a croak. "Don't," he said. "Just hold on a second." He looked around, eyes darting between trees like he expected something to step out at any moment. He kept his body between me and the woods behind him, a protective instinct so automatic it broke my heart a little. I blinked hard, trying to focus. We were in the forest. That part made sense. I could smell pine and damp earth. I could feel needles under my palms. But we weren't in the clearing. There was no circle, no perfect ring of trees, no stones arranged like a diagram, no boundary, just ordinary woods ferns, fallen branches, pine needles. The kind of place you could stumble into anywhere on that property. Confusion hit me in a wave, heavy and nauseating. I began. Dad cut me off, voice rough. "You've been gone." Gone where my brain felt slow. The words had to fight their way out. His eyes flashed. "That's what I've been asking myself for the last 3 hours. 3. The number landed in my skull like a rock. I tried to push myself up. My arms trembled. Every muscle felt as if I'd run a marathon and then been beaten with a bat. 3 hours, I repeated, like saying it would make it smaller. Dad nodded once, hard. I left for my appointment, came back. You weren't there. My heart started pounding again, not from exertion, but from the sudden memory of the fog, the hoodie, the pressure, the fingertips on my neck. You didn't see I started, and my voice wobbled. Dad's jaw clenched. I saw you weren't there. I saw your truck. I saw the tools. I saw the half-built cabin, and I saw that you'd left the site with no word. He paused, his throat working. I called your name. He admitted. I yelled. I ran that access trail like an idiot. I checked the pond. His eyes watered and he blinked hard, angry at the weakness. I thought he didn't finish. I knew what he thought. I knew the image his brain would jump to, because I'd seen him stare at the pond like it was a mouth. Black water, a body, a summer that turns into a funeral. I grabbed his sleeve, still dizzy. I'm here, I said, as if that fixed anything. He stared at me like he was trying to be sure, like he expected me to dissolve if he blinked wrong. Where were you? He demanded, and his voice went sharp again. Not anger, terror trying to become control. I followed someone, I whispered. Dad's face went still. Someone. Hoodie, I said. In the fog, inside the frame. I chased Dad, made a small sound that was almost a laugh, but it was bitter and broken. There was fog this morning. Yeah. But son, I know, I said, and my hands clenched into the pine needles. I know how it sounds. He took a breath, steadying himself. And then he did the thing dads do when they're trying not to panic in front of their kids. He went practical. Can you stand? He asked. I tried. My legs felt rubbery. My right knee scraped against something sharp as I got up, and a sting shot up my shin. Dad caught me anyway, held me until my balance returned. We're going back, he said, firm. Now. We moved through the woods slowly, Dad scanning constantly, me stumbling behind him, head throbbing. Every few steps I expected to feel that pressure again, that sudden thickening of air like stepping into cold water. It didn't come. The forest around us was normal, too normal. It made my stomach turn, because normal should have been comforting. Instead, it felt like the place was playing dumb, like it had put everything back the way it was supposed to look. As we walked, my memory came back in jagged flashes. The hoodie never turning, the circle, the stones, the fingertips, and then nothing. A clean cut, a missing block of time. No gradual fade, no dreamlike transition. Just a hard blank. When the cabin frame finally appeared through the trees, it felt like stepping out of a nightmare and into daylight. The site looked exactly the same as I'd left it, tools stacked, lumber tarped, the subfloor bright against the dark woods. No sign of a chase, no sign of any clearing. If someone had found me where Dad found me 50 yards away, he'd said it would look like I'd simply wandered into the woods and collapsed from heat exhaustion. Except it hadn't been hot. It had been foggy and damp. Dad guided me onto the subfloor and made me sit. He shoved a water bottle into my hand. Drink, he ordered. I drank. The water tasted like plastic and relief. Dad crouched in front of me, eyes locked on my face. You hit your head, I don't think so. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. He reached out and brushed hair off my forehead, checking for blood like I was 5 years old. His hand shook. I flinched at the touch because it reminded me too much of those cold fingertips in the circle. Dad noticed the flinch. His eyes narrowed. What happened out there? He asked. Quieter now. I looked down at my hands because I couldn't stand the intensity of his gaze. That's when I saw the dirt under my nails. Not normal dirt. Gritty black sand, packed so hard it looked like I'd been digging in a charcoal pit. It wasn't the brown loam from the cabin site. It was darker, finer, almost like crushed stone. I scraped a fingernail against my thumb, and a little of it came out, leaving a black smear on my skin. "Dad," I said, and my voice went thin. He followed my eyes. He grabbed my hand and examined my nails. The look on his face changed. Not to belief, to something worse, recognition of wrongness. He let go and stood up abruptly. He paced a tight circle on the subfloor, boots thudding. Then he stopped and stared into the woods again, as if he could force the trees to explain. I stood too, shakily, and checked the rest of myself. There were small abrasions on my forearms, shallow scratches like I'd pushed through brush. That part made sense, but on my pant leg, right thigh, there was a dried smear the color of rust. It could have been blood. It could have been iron-rich mud. In the dim light under the trees, it was hard to tell. I rubbed it with my thumb. It flaked slightly. The smell was faintly metallic. My stomach clenched. Dad saw it too. His face went pale. Did you? I started, then stopped, because asking the question out loud felt like summoning the answer. I don't remember, I said, and that was the truth that terrified me most. I could remember the pressure like water. I could remember the fingertips. I could remember the circle's unnatural perfection, but I could not remember what happened after I fell. Dad pressed his lips together, eyes shining with something he refused to name. He was trying to be a father. He was trying to be a builder. He was trying to be a man who didn't believe in stories, but his hands were shaking. He believed the 3 hours. He didn't know what it meant, but he believed it. Sit, he said again, softer now, like he was talking to himself as much as to me. Just sit. Let your head clear. I did, because I didn't trust my legs. The subfloor felt solid under me, real. The smell of cut pine helped anchor me. Dad started checking everything, restless. He went to the truck, looked inside, checked locks, checked the cab, the bed, the tool bin. He moved like he was searching for something he could fix with a wrench. I watched him from the subfloor. At one point, he opened the driver door and stared at the windshield. He wiped something with his palm, then jerked his hand away like he'd touched a hot pan. He didn't tell me what he saw. He shut the door and came back to the frame. The rest of that day blurred. Dad didn't let me do much. He insisted I drink water, eat something, lie down in the shade. He kept glancing at me like he expected me to vanish again if he didn't watch. We didn't build, we didn't measure, we didn't cut. We waited. For what? I couldn't have said. For the fog to lift. For the world to feel normal. For someone to step out of the woods and explain it as a prank. Nothing stepped out. The afternoon sun burned off the last of the mist. Birds returned. Insects resumed their small, buzzing life like a switch had been flipped back on. Normal came back so neatly it felt staged. That night, Dad insisted we sleep in town. He didn't frame it as fear, he framed it as strategy. You need rest, he said, and I want a real bed before tomorrow. We're behind. He drove, hands tight on the steering wheel, eyes scanning the road like he expected something tall and dark to step into the headlights. At the motel, he paid for 2 nights without asking me. He checked the lock twice after we got into the room. He left the bathroom light on. He put the TV on low volume, not watching it, just filling the room with noise. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at my hands until the black grit under my nails looked like it belonged there. Dad showered first. I could hear the water running, the curtain rattling. When he came out, his hair was wet and his face looked older. He sat on the other bed and held a folded towel in his hands like it was something to squeeze. For a long time, neither of us spoke. Then Dad said, quietly, "My mom used to tell stories." I looked up. He didn't look at me when he said it. He stared at the TV like it was easier to confess to a screen than to his son. "Stories about places you don't step into," he continued. "Places that look normal until you're in them." My throat went dry. Like what kind of stories Dad's jaw worked. I saw his left hand tremble against the towel. He shook his head once. "It doesn't matter." "It matters," I said. My voice sounded too loud in the motel room. Dad flinched slightly, then leaned forward, elbows on knees. He lowered his voice. "That's the point," he said. "You don't call it. Call what." Dad finally looked at me, and there was fear in his eyes, real fear. The kind I'd never seen in him as a kid, not even when I'd gotten hurt. He spoke carefully, like each word had weight. Calling is how you invite, he said. The sentence hung in the motel air like a warning sign. I didn't know what he meant, not fully, but I felt the truth in it the way you feel a storm coming in your bones. Dad swallowed, then added, "Softer. My mom said some things don't like being named. Some things hear that like a door opening." "Dad," I whispered. He shook his head hard. "No, we're not doing this. We're not making it bigger by talking. We finish the cabin. We do it fast. We don't chase anything. We don't go wandering. We don't." He stopped, breathing hard, as if he'd run. I nodded even though I didn't know what I was agreeing to, because I could see what he was really saying. Whatever happened to me out there wasn't an accident, and he believed it could happen again. After he fell asleep, if you can call the restless, shallow sleep he had sleep, I lay awake staring at the motel ceiling. The AC unit clicked. A car passed on the highway. Someone laughed in the hallway and then went quiet. Normal sounds, but my brain kept returning to the circle, the stones, the fingertips. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had taken 3 hours from me, like it had plucked them off a calendar and thrown them away. In the middle of the night. I got up and went to the bathroom. I turned on the sink and scrubbed under my nails until my fingertips burned. Black grit swirled down the drain. It didn't make me feel cleaner. It made me feel like I'd thrown evidence away. The next morning, back at the site, Dad moved with grim efficiency. He didn't chat. He didn't joke. He treated the build like a race. I tried to match him, but my mind kept slipping sideways into dread. At one point, while Dad was measuring and marking studs, I went to the truck and opened the tool bin. The returned original nail gun was inside, nestled among the other tools. Dad had put it there like it belonged, like its return was just a lucky break. I stared at it for a long moment. Then I reached in and lifted it out. Under the trigger guard, caught in the small gap where plastic met metal, was a single fiber, orange, thin, like a strand from utility line or a cheap rope. It was stuck there like a tag on a new shirt, like a marker. I pinched it carefully between my nails and pulled. It resisted, then slid free. I held it up in the sunlight. Just a tiny orange thread. Nothing. And yet my stomach turned. Because I remembered the coil of orange line we'd bought in town, the one we used to mark boundaries and tie tarps. I'd seen it in the truck bed, so why was a piece of it tucked under the trigger guard of a nail gun that had vanished, then returned clean and dry like it had been handled by someone who didn't sweat? My mind offered an answer I didn't want. It had been handled, not stolen. Handled, placed back, edited into the scene. I shut the tool bin gently, like loud noise might attract attention. And for the first time since this whole thing started, I understood what my dad meant by invitation. It wasn't about spells or prayers. It was about attention, about giving something a name, about acknowledging it enough that it could acknowledge you back. I slid the orange fiber into my pocket like a secret. Then I walked back to the frame, forcing my face into something neutral, because Dad was watching me, and he didn't ask what I'd found. He just looked at me for a long second, eyes tired and hard, and I knew he'd seen the change in my posture. He knew I believed him now, and that was the real twist, the one that made my throat tighten. In the space of 3 missing hours, the forest hadn't just taken time. It had taken my skepticism, and it had given me a rule instead. 7. The second week becomes a pattern after the fog morning. The cabin stopped feeling like a project and started feeling like a negotiation. Not out loud, not in any dramatic way where you look at your dad and say, "We're being hunted." It was quieter than that. It was in the way I began to move through the site like I was sharing space with someone who didn't want to be seen. In the way my eyes automatically checked the tree line before they checked the level bubble. In the way my voice dropped when I spoke, as if volume mattered. In the way I stopped stepping over certain routes because I didn't want to take the same path twice in the same place. Like I was afraid the forest would notice a pattern and respond. And the worst part was how quickly it all became routine. I started documenting everything. Not because I thought I'd take the photos to the police. Not because I believed anyone would help. I did it because I needed something stable, something outside my mind, something that couldn't be edited by memory the way the woods had edited my time. So on Monday morning, before we touched a single board, I stood in the clearing with my phone and took pictures like I was cataloging a crime scene. Tool bin, open 1 photo. Inside the truck bed 1 photo. Nail gun placement 1 photo. Tape measures, chalk lines, impact driver. Saw photo, photo. Stacks of lumber photo. Tarps tied down with orange line photo. Even the stupid stuff pencil cup. Screws. The little box of joist hangers got photographed. Dad watched me from the subfloor with that look dads get when they're trying to decide if their kid is being practical or losing it. "What are you doing?" he asked, but he kept his voice low. "Just keeping track." I said. He grunted, like he didn't like the implication that we needed to. The checklists came next. I tore a page out of my notebook and wrote headings in block letters. Tools/materials/locks/weather/notes. Every morning, I checked boxes. Every night, I checked them again. I wrote times down. I wrote what the sky looked like. I wrote when the insects went quiet. I wrote when my dad's headache started and when it faded. I wrote stupid details, like the brand of bottled water we bought at the gas station. It was obsessive. I knew it. But it felt better than sitting with the open wound of not knowing what happened in the missing 3 hours. It felt better than admitting I was afraid to be alone on that land. At first, the documentation worked, or at least it gave me the illusion that it did. For a day or two, nothing major happened. We framed walls. We lifted sections with grunts and curses. We nailed sheathing. The cabin began to take on shape, corners, height, shadows. But then the pattern returned, not as a single event, as a rhythm. One morning, I opened the tool bin and found the chalk line missing. I stood there staring at the empty spot, my stomach tightening, and then I went through my photos from the night before. The chalk line was there, bright blue casing, hanging off the edge of the bin, exactly where I'd left it. Dad came up behind me, saw my face, and said, "What now, chalk line's gone?" I said. He sighed like I was being dramatic. "Did you put it somewhere I have pictures?" I said, and I held up my phone. That sounded crazy as soon as I said it, but I couldn't stop myself. It was right here. Dad's eyes flicked to the screen. He didn't comment. He didn't roll his eyes. He just tightened his jaw and walked away to search. We found the chalk line 20 minutes later. It was inside a bucket of screws, not tossed in like a mistake. Placed. The bucket was half full of screws, metal heads glinting. The chalk line was nestled in them, straight, squared with the bucket edges, as if someone had taken the time to align it. Square angles, unnatural tidiness. I pulled it out slowly, expecting it to be scratched or damaged. It looked untouched. The blue case was clean. The string wasn't tangled. I glanced at Dad. His face was stone. He didn't say, "That's weird." He didn't say anything. He just took the chalk line from me and started snapping marks on the subfloor like the sooner we got the work done, the sooner the Woods would stop paying attention. The next day, it was the impact driver bit set, gone from the tool belt pouch, then found later arranged on the sawhorse in a neat line, from smallest to largest, like a display at a store. The day after that, it was a stack of cut studs. We'd leaned them against the frame. The next morning, they were moved into a perfect square stack, ends aligned. A carpenter's dream. Except neither my dad nor I had stacked them like that. We didn't have the time or patience for museum-level neatness on a work site. The tidiness felt like mocking, like the Woods were saying, "Look, I can do your job too. I can do it better. I can put things where they belong." And every time something moved, it moved just enough to unbalance us, to make us stop and argue and waste time. That was the real theft. Not tools. Time. Dad's headaches got worse. He started the mornings okay. Then by early afternoon, he'd rub his temple hard enough to turn the skin red. His left hand trembled more noticeably. He dropped things, small things at first. A pencil, a handful of nails, a joist hanger. He'd curse, then pretend it was nothing. But I saw the shame in the way he'd flex his fingers afterward, as if he could will them to behave. One day he dropped a hammer, a full-sized framing hammer, heavy, with a worn wooden handle. It slipped out of his left hand like his fingers had let go without permission. It hit the subfloor with a loud crack and bounced. Dad froze. For a moment, he looked truly old. Not in his face, but in his posture, shoulders sagging, head dipping, like the weight of his body had become too much. I reached for the hammer. He snapped, "I've got it." His voice was sharp enough that I stepped back. He picked it up with his right hand and carried on like the slip hadn't happened. But his breathing was tight. His jaw clenched. That was the thing the Woods didn't need to do. It didn't need to attack him physically. His own body was doing that. The pressure moments returned too. Not as dramatic as the circle, but enough to make my stomach flip. Sometimes I'd walk through the framed doorway and feel it a 2-second thickening of air, like stepping into cold water. Sometimes it happened near the back wall, where the Woods pressed closest. Sometimes it happened on the porch framing, as if the boundary had shifted closer. It never lasted long. It was just enough to remind me it could touch the world and then release it again. The sound cues were worse, because sound is what your brain uses to map reality in a place like that. You listen for animals, wind, water. Those sounds tell you you're not alone, but you're also not being singled out. They tell you life is happening around you, regardless of what you're doing. When the sound stopped, it felt personal. It started with the insects, in the afternoons. When heat should have brought out the buzzing and chirping, there would be sudden moments where everything went dead. Not a gradual fade, a cut. 1 second the Woods were alive with small noises. The next there was silence, like someone had muted the world. It would last maybe 10 seconds, maybe 30. Then the insects would resume as if nothing had happened. I would stand there on the subfloor, nail gun in hand, frozen, listening for the sound to come back like someone waiting for a heart monitor to beep again. The pond did it too. At night, water makes noise. Even still water has small movements. Frogs, fish, reeds, wind ripples. You learn those sounds quickly. They become background. One night, we were sitting on the subfloor eating a sad dinner of jerky and crackers because we were too tired to cook. The pond had been making its normal faint noises. Then it stopped. Not the way it stops when the wind dies. The pond went silent like it was holding its breath. Dad looked up at the darkness where the water should have been, and for the first time he didn't pretend not to be scared. His eyes met mine. He didn't say anything, but I saw him reach into his pocket and touch something there. Something small he'd started carrying since the fog incident. Tobacco. He didn't smoke. Not really. He'd quit years ago. But the smell of it had started appearing around him like a ghost. And now he carried it like a charm. We slept in town more often after that. Dad insisted it was because his headaches were worse and he needed a real bed. I didn't argue because I didn't want to spend another night on the subfloor listening to silence. The motel became our safety zone. We'd drive back in every evening, dusty and sore. Stop at the same gas station for ice and bad coffee. Wave at the same bored clerk, then collapse into cheap beds under a humming AC unit. Normal sounds, thin walls, a door that locked. On Tuesday, halfway through the second week, the woods gave us a jump scare that still makes my mouth go dry when I think about it. We were cutting lumber in the afternoon, staging boards for the next wall section. A stack of 2x6s sat under the tarp, ends aligned. I walked over to grab one, lifted the edge of the tarp, and reached into the stack. Before my fingers touched wood, I heard it. 3 taps. Talk, talk, talk. Not from a tree, not from far away. From inside the lumber pile. It sounded like knuckles rapping on a door from the wrong side. My whole body locked up. The tarp slipped from my hand and fell back over the stack with a soft flutter. The taps didn't repeat. They didn't move. It was like whatever made them had accomplished its goal in 3 beats and didn't need a 4th. Dad looked up from across the site. What I couldn't answer right away. My throat had closed. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it behind my eyes. Dad's gaze flicked from my face to the stack of lumber. He walked over slowly, the way you approach a stray dog you're not sure will bite. "Did you do that?" he asked. Not accusing, just desperate for an explanation that fit the human world. "No," I whispered. We stood there staring at the lumber like it might move. Dad reached out, grabbed the tarp, and yanked it off in one hard motion. Nothing. Just boards. Dry, ordinary pine. He slammed his palm against the top board. No sound besides the dull thud of wood. He hit it again. Harder. Nothing. Dad looked at me, and I saw anger flash in his eyes, not at me, but at the situation. He hated being toyed with, hated the idea of something out there that could touch his build without showing its face. "We're done for today," he said abruptly. It was 3 in the afternoon. "Dad, we're done," he repeated. "Pack it up." We packed up in tense silence. I took my photos, hands shaking slightly as I documented the tool placement like it mattered. Like a picture could pin the world in place. On the drive back to town, Dad kept one hand on the steering wheel and the other pressed to his temple. His left hand trembled against his thigh. "Head?" I asked quietly. He nodded without looking at me. We ate takeout in the motel room because it was easier than sitting in a diner surrounded by cheerful, normal people. Dad barely touched his food. He drank water like it was medicine. That night, I woke up to the sound of him moving, not walking, not going to the bathroom, just shifting in bed, restless. I rolled over and saw him sitting up, shoulders hunched, staring at his own hands in the dim motel light. "Dad," I whispered. He flinched like he'd forgotten I was there. His eyes were wide, glassy. "What's wrong?" He held his hands up in front of his face, palms toward him, fingers spread as if checking they were still attached. "I smell it," he said. Smell what he swallowed. Throat bobbing. "That wet basement smell," he whispered, and his voice sounded almost embarrassed, like he was admitting to a superstition. "It's on my hands." I stared at him. The motel room smelled like stale AC and fried food and cheap soap. Nothing else. Dad lifted his hands to his nose and inhaled again. Slow, like he was trying to confirm he wasn't imagining it. His face tightened. "I washed," he said. "I washed them twice." I sat up, cold spreading through my chest. "Let me see," I said. He held one hand out toward me. His skin looked normal, dry, calloused. No mud, no stain. I leaned in and sniffed. At first, I smelled nothing. Then very faintly, like a memory you know when you open a basement door in summer and the cold, damp air hits your face, that smell. Old water trapped in wood. It wasn't strong. It wasn't obvious. But it was there. And it did not belong in a motel room miles away from the pond. Dad's eyes met mine, and in them I saw something he'd never said out loud. He wasn't just afraid of what was on the land. He was afraid it had followed us. I opened my mouth to reassure him, to lie, to tell him it was nothing. But the words wouldn't come, because the pattern had already taught me what reassurance was worth. Instead, I reached out and took his hand in both of mine. It was warm and clean, and it smelled faintly of a place we weren't in. Dad stared down at our hands, jaw clenched, and whispered. Almost to himself, we moved fast. The sentence wasn't a plan anymore. It was a plea. 8. The warning that looks like an accident by the middle of the second week. I stopped expecting the woods to scare me in any way that would look dramatic on camera. No glowing eyes, no screaming, no branches ripping open like hands. If anything, it seemed to avoid anything that would give me a clean story to tell. It didn't want me running into town yelling about monsters. It didn't want me calling the sheriff with something specific. It didn't even want me to have the satisfaction of certainty. Instead, it worked like a good saboteur. Small shifts, tiny misalignments, just enough to make my body do the work of fear for it. We went back out early on Wednesday. Dad insisted he felt better, headache mostly gone. He said, and I pretended I believed him because we didn't have any other options. The cabin wasn't going to build itself, and the longer we stayed out there, the more the days piled up like debt. The fog was gone. The morning was bright and clear, the kind of sunlight that makes everything look honest. Birds were active, insects buzzed. The pond flashed between trees like a moving coin. Normal. I wanted to love that normal. I wanted to let it reset my brain. But as soon as we stepped onto the site, I felt the tension in Dad's shoulders. He moved like the ground was untrustworthy. He said, "Let's get the joists done. We'll start the roof framing tomorrow." "Slow," I said automatically, and immediately hated myself for sounding like his doctor. Dad gave me a look. "We go at my pace," he said, and there was something stubborn and desperate tangled together in the sentence. We worked the morning, cutting, lifting, fastening. Dad's hands were steady at first. By late morning, the tremor started creeping back into his left hand, small and irritating. He tried to hide it by switching tasks using his right hand more, bracing the board with his hip, making jokes about being ambidextrous now. I laughed with him because laughing felt like control. Then the ladder shifted. It was stupid. It was nothing. That's what made it so effective. We had a fiberglass extension ladder leaned against the framed wall while I climbed up to set a temporary brace. The ground under it was solid. We'd tamped the soil. I'd checked the feet. I'd even pressed my boot against the bottom rung while Dad climbed. The way you do when you're being careful. Dad climbed 3 rungs, then 4. His boot soles scuffed fiberglass, and the ladder slid. Not a slow creep, a sharp shift, like the base had suddenly lost friction. Dad's body jerked, his hands grabbed at the rails, his left hand slipped half an inch because of the tremor, and for 1 second I saw him falling backward in my mind like a piece of lumber dropping off a truck. I threw my weight into the ladder, planting both feet, shoving my shoulder against it. It stopped. Dad froze on the rungs, breathing hard. "What the hell?" he muttered. "You okay?" I asked, voice tight. Dad swallowed. Yeah, I'm fine." He forced a laugh. "Shaky, cheap ladder?" "It's not cheap," I said automatically. Dad didn't answer. He climbed down carefully, slow as a man descending stairs in the dark. We checked the ladder feet. They were still on firm ground. No loose gravel, no mud, no slope. It shouldn't have moved. Dad stared at it like it had betrayed him. Then he made a decision that wasn't really about the ladder. "We're not using that," he said. "We'll build scaffolding. Safer." "Good," I said, relieved. He nodded too fast, like he needed to agree with me before he started thinking again. We built temporary scaffolding with 2x4s and plywood. It took time. It slowed us down. It was smarter and safer. But it also felt like we were wasting hours we didn't have. I could feel Dad's frustration rising in the way he measured twice and cursed quietly. In the way he snapped at a nail that bent. In the way he kept rubbing his temple as if he could grind the headache away. Around noon, I did something I shouldn't have done. I found myself checking my phone photos again, comparing them to the site, making sure things were where they were supposed to be. I didn't even realize I'd become that guy until I saw myself doing it and felt sick with it. The woods weren't just messing with our tools, they were messing with my head. That afternoon, the cut line changed. I know that sounds impossible. I know what you're thinking. You mismeasured. You cut the wrong board. You made a mistake and blamed the forest. Listen, if it had been one time, I would believe that too. But it wasn't. We were cutting a beam for a header over one of the big windows facing the pond. It was a simple measurement. I measured twice. I marked the cut. I called out the number. Dad nodded and confirmed it with his tape. I set the saw on the mark and cut. Clean cut. Straight. I lifted the beam and carried it to place it. It didn't fit. Not by a little. By enough that it couldn't be forced. The length was wrong. Short. I stood there staring at it, the end grain still pale and fresh. Sawdust clung to my shirt like pollen. Dad walked over, irritated. "What did you do?" "I cut it," I said, confused. "The number you gave me." Dad took his tape measure and measured the beam. His lips tightened. "This is off," he said. He paused, eyes narrowing as if the number insulted him. "By 2 inches. "That's impossible," I said. Dad shot me a look. "Nothing's impossible. You cut it wrong." I measured twice. I insisted, and my voice rose despite my effort to keep it calm. "You watched me." Dad's jaw flexed. He looked like he wanted to argue, but then something shifted in his face, uncertainty, like he was remembering the tape measure that had been cut clean. The screws lined up like a parade. He held the beam in his hands and turned it slowly, as if he expected to find a hidden joint, a crack, evidence it wasn't the same piece of wood we'd just cut. It was just wood. Dad exhaled through his nose. "Fine," he snapped. We recut. We wasted more lumber. I tried to laugh it off. I tried to tell myself I'd been tired, that the mark had been off, that saw kerf and human error had stacked up. But the unease stayed under my ribs like a swallowed nail. Dad almost fell that evening. We were setting joists higher up, using the scaffolding we'd built. The light was starting to fade. Shadows stretched long across the subfloor. The woods beyond the clearing looked darker than they should have in that bright summer air, like the trees were absorbing light. Dad climbed onto the joists to nail in a hanger at the edge. He moved carefully, but I could see he was fatigued. His left hand kept shaking when he reached. He was trying to compensate by shifting weight differently, by moving slower. I stood below, watching him like a hawk. "Take your time," I called up, and immediately hated the way my voice sounded too much like fear. Dad grunted in acknowledgement. He leaned forward, stretched his arm to place the hanger, and his boot shifted on the joist. Just a slip, a fraction of an inch. But on a joist, a fraction of an inch is how you die. Dad's body lurched sideways. His arms flailed for balance. His left hand reached for the framing and missed because it shook at the wrong moment. He tipped. My brain went cold. I moved without thinking. I climbed the scaffolding in 2 steps and grabbed his belt with one hand, his arm with the other, for a split second. I had his whole weight in my grip. I felt the fabric strain. I felt my own muscles scream. Dad made a sound that wasn't a word, and I yanked him back toward the center. He stumbled onto both feet, chest heaving. We stood there locked together, my hands still gripping him, his breath hot in my face. Then, because men are stupid and pride is a disease, Dad laughed. A short bark of laughter. "Well," he said, trying to sound casual. "Guess that's enough excitement." I didn't laugh. I looked at his face and saw that the laughter was not relief. It was denial. It was a mask he put on because the truth was too ugly. Dad climbed down, more slowly this time, when his boots hit the subfloor. He leaned against a stud for support, and I saw his right hand shaking too now, just slightly, as if the fear had spilled over and infected the rest of him. He took a breath. Another. Then he looked away from me, eyes fixed on the trees. I saw his shoulders start to tremble. Not much, not dramatic, but enough to tell me that the delayed fear had finally arrived. He wiped his face hard with his forearm as if he could scrub the moment away. "We're done," he muttered. "We're done for today." We packed up again in silence. It had become another pattern. The woods would tighten the noose just enough by late afternoon that Dad would call it early. We'd retreat to town, sleep under fluorescent motel light, tell ourselves we were safe because we had walls. On the way back to the truck, I saw something near the tree line. At first, I thought it was a stump. Then I saw the curve of bone. A deer skull, bleached pale, clean enough that it had been there a while or had been stripped by weather and animals. The antlers were gone. The eye sockets were empty black holes. It sat on the ground in the open, not half buried, not hidden by leaves. Placed, facing the cabin frame. Below it, arranged with the same careful intent I'd seen in the screws, and the chalk line was a small ring of stones. Not a campfire ring. Too small, too precise. A circle about the size of a dinner plate. Stones pressed into the soil like punctuation. My mouth went dry. Dad was ahead of me, carrying the cooler. I could have said nothing. I could have let him keep walking. But something in me needed him to see, needed him to share the burden of knowing. "Dad," I said, and my voice sounded strange, thin. He turned. When I pointed, he looked. For a moment, he didn't move. He just stared at the skull like his mind was trying to decide if this was nature or message. Then his expression tightened. He walked toward it slowly. He didn't step into the woods. He stopped just short of the tree line, boots on the edge of the clearing. He stared down at the skull. Then he did something that told me more than any speech could have. He reached into his jacket pocket and closed his fingers around something inside. Tobacco. He didn't pull it out. He didn't offer it. He didn't do anything with it. He just held it like a rosary. His jaw flexed once. Then he turned away from the skull, as if looking at it too long would be dangerous. "Leave it," he said. "Kurt, it's a deer. It's placed," I said, unable to stop myself. "That's placed." Dad shot me a look. His eyes were hard. "Don't," he said quietly. "Don't what?" "Don't say it's a message. Don't say it's intentional. Don't say it's not an accident. Because once you say that, you admit someone is speaking. And if something is speaking, you have to decide whether you're going to answer." I swallowed my words like gravel and followed him to the truck. That night, Dad insisted we sleep at the property again. I protested, gently. I pointed out his near fall. I pointed out the headache. I suggested the motel. Dad shook his head. "I'm not running," he said. And the sentence was so stubborn it felt like it belonged to someone younger. "Not every time." "We're not running," I said carefully. "We're being smart." Dad's eyes flashed. "You think I don't know the difference?" I didn't answer. Because I didn't. I wasn't sure anymore. We ate a quiet dinner on the subfloor. The pond was a dark void beyond the trees. The sky was a deepening blue. Insects chirped in fits and starts, then fell silent for no reason, then resumed. Dad barely spoke. He stared at his hands sometimes, opening and closing them like he was testing whether they would obey. When it got fully dark, we lay down in our sleeping bags under the tarp roof. I tried to sleep. My body wanted it. My mind refused. At some point, Dad's breathing evened out. He fell asleep faster than I did, as always. I lay there listening. That's when I heard it. A long exhale behind me, well, not a sigh, not wind. A breath, slow, controlled, close enough that it made the hair at the back of my neck lift as if warm air had touched it. My whole body locked. I didn't want to turn. Turning felt like participation, but my fear forced me anyway, inch by inch, like my head was rotating through thick oil. I turned and looked into the dark behind the cabin frame. Nothing. Just studs, shadows, and the suggestion of trees beyond. No shape, no eyes, no hoodie. But the smell hit me then, drifting on the air in that breath's wake. Wet soil, old leaves, the cold, damp scent of a basement. Like the woods had opened a door somewhere and let stale earth breathe into the clearing. I sat up, heart hammering, staring at nothing. The air felt thick for a second, that familiar pressure, then released. Dad didn't wake. The night continued like nothing had happened. But I knew what it was. Not proof, not a sighting. A warning that looked like an accident. A reminder that it didn't need to show itself to touch the world. It could move ladders. It could change measurements. It could place bone like a signpost. And it could breathe right behind my neck and leave nothing there except the smell of something that had been underground a long time. I lay back down slowly, pulling the sleeping bag tight around my shoulders like fabric could keep a thing out. And I stayed awake until dawn, listening to the woods decide whether it would speak again. 9. The first full reveal of scale. The rain was coming. You could feel it in the way the air sat heavier on your skin, in the way the light dulled toward evening like someone had turned down the brightness. The forecast on my phone, when it caught enough signal to load, showed a band of weather moving in overnight. The kind of storm that doesn't politely sprinkle. The kind that soaks everything, swells wood, turns the access trail into mud, and makes a half-framed structure feel like a mistake. We needed the hurricane ties in before then. We needed the roof joists braced. We needed everything locked down. Dad should have been resting. That's what every part of me knew. But Dad had that look again, the one that came after fear. Not the fear itself, the response to it. He'd almost fallen. He'd seen the skull. He'd felt the silence. And his response was to push harder, like effort could dominate the woods into obedience. We worked late, longer than we should have. When the sun started slipping behind the trees, I suggested we stop. Dad rubbed his temple and said, "Not yet." When the shadows got long and the air cooled, I said, "We can finish tomorrow." Dad's left hand trembled as he drove a nail, and he snapped. Tomorrow might be rain. By the time dusk came on, he was pale. The headache had carved a permanent line between his brows. His jaw was clenched. His shoulders were tight with the kind of tension that doesn't release when you sleep. I didn't want him on that site after dark again. Not after everything. Not after the exhale behind my neck. So I did what I'd been doing since the stroke, since before I had a name for it, and I manipulated him in a way that felt like love. "I can take the last bit," I said. "Casual. Go get a shower in town. Headache'll feel better if you rest. I'll finish the ties and meet you at the motel." Dad started to argue. I could see it in the way his mouth opened. Then he saw my face. It wasn't a pleading face. It wasn't dramatic. It was just done. Like I didn't have any more fight left in me for this one. He swallowed whatever pride he'd been about to throw at me and nodded once. "Don't stay long," he said. "I won't. I promised." He loaded a few tools into the truck like he didn't trust leaving them. He checked the gate chain twice. He drove away into the trees, taillights red through the dim. The engine sound faded. Silence filled the clearing, not the normal nighttime silence yet. There were still birds settling, insects starting their chorus. But there was a pause in the space where Dad's presence had been, like the site itself noticed he'd left. I stood on the subfloor, alone, and felt the weight of that. Being alone out there should have been the same as being alone in any place. It should have felt quiet and maybe a little peaceful. Instead, it felt like stepping onto a stage after the other actor has exited, realizing you're the only one left under the lights. I forced myself into work mode. Hurricane ties are mindless, repetitive, metal brackets, nails, hammer, impact driver, one after another, anchoring the skeleton of the cabin to itself, preparing it for wind. I told myself, do this, finish, leave. The sky dimmed into that blue-gray that comes right before night. The pond became invisible again, a black presence beyond the trees. The air cooled enough that sweat on my neck turned cold. I kept working, then I felt it. The pressure. It didn't crash into me like the circle. It rolled in. A slow thickening of air that made my lungs feel slightly reluctant. Like the atmosphere had gained weight. Like the space above the subfloor had filled with humidity that wasn't humid. The hairs on my arms rose. I paused mid-hammer swing, listening. Insects had been chirping. Now there was a cut, a clean mute, like someone had hit a switch. The sudden silence was so complete my ears rang. I stood there with the hammer raised, frozen, and tried to tell myself it was a natural lull. That insects go quiet sometimes. That it didn't mean anything. But my body didn't buy it. My body recognized the pattern before my mind could argue. Pressure. Silence. The feeling of being singled out. I set the hammer down gently, as if sound mattered. I slid the nail pouch on my belt into a more comfortable position. A stupid little act of normalcy. My eyes went to the tree line automatically. Nothing moved. I forced my gaze away and looked at the frame, the studs, the half-sheathed walls. I told myself, focus. You can't build fear into every shadow. You'll go insane. Then my peripheral vision caught a shape at the far end of the cabin, a dark curve above the top plate of the unfinished wall. For a second, my brain tried to interpret it as a board, a shadow, a piece of tarp. Then it moved. Just a slight tilt, like someone shifting weight. My heart slammed hard enough to make my vision blur. At the top of the far wall, 8 feet high, there was a hooded head peering over the edge. Hood up, face in shadow. Still. It looked like someone had climbed up and perched on the wall like a gargoyle, watching me work. I stared at it, breath shallow. My first reaction wasn't terror yet. It was hot anger, immediate and irrational. You, the same hoodie, the same shape, the same deliberate refusal to show a face. The part of me that still wanted a human explanation flared up. Trespasser, squatter, a guy messing with us. I stepped back instinctively, then realized I had nothing in my hands but a hammer. The hoodie head didn't move. The silence held. The pressure thickened in my ears, dulling the world. I swallowed and forced myself to speak. "Get off my property," I said, and my voice sounded small in the charged air. No response. I took one step forward on the subfloor. The hoodie head remained. I took another. Still. I found myself calculating distance like it mattered if I ran at it. Could I reach it before it moved? If it jumped down? Where would it land if it had a weapon? Would I see it? My brain did this because brains would rather solve a physical problem than accept an impossible one. Then something clicked into place. It wasn't perched. It was too high to be perched comfortably. The head wasn't bobbing the way it would if someone was balancing on a narrow wall, and the hood looked wrong in relation to the wall height, like the head was simply appearing over it, not sitting on it. A cold realization seeped into me. It wasn't sitting on the wall. It was standing behind it. My mouth went dry. Slowly, painfully slowly. Like the air had thickened into syrup, the hooded head rose. Not by a few inches, by feet. The hood lifted higher and higher above the top plate until I could see shoulders narrow. Too narrow and then more. The upper torso stretching upward like something being drawn out of darkness. It wasn't that it grew. It revealed itself. Like my brain had been refusing to register the rest of it until it forced the issue. The proportions were wrong. The shoulders were too tight, the arms too long. The neck seemed longer than any human neck should be. The hoodie fabric hung in a way that suggested length beneath it, not bulk, and it just kept rising. 10 feet. Maybe more. I don't have a clean number because my mind didn't want to give it one. It wanted to keep it vague, keep it unreal. If I couldn't quantify it, maybe it didn't have to exist. But I knew what the wall height was. 8 feet. We'd built it. The figure looked down at me from far above that, and the angle of its gaze felt like standing under a streetlight and realizing something is watching you from the top of the pole. My hands went numb around the hammer handle. The pressure in the air became unmistakable now, the same underwater thickness, though weaker than the circle. My ears muffled. My breath sounded far away. The figure didn't make a sound. No creak of wood, no rustle of fabric. It looked at me at least. I assumed it did, because the hood tilted slightly, like attention. Then it straightened fully, and for a brief second the last light of dusk caught it in profile. Legs, too thin, too long, like someone had taken a person and stretched them until their joints didn't belong. The thighs seemed too extended, the shins too long. The way it stood was balanced, casual, but the anatomy made my stomach twist. I realized with a flash of sick clarity that I hadn't actually seen its face yet. Just the hood, just the suggestion of a head. As if the hood was the point. As if human silhouette was the lure and the truth underneath it was not meant to be looked at directly. My knees wanted to fold. My whole body screamed at me. Leave. Don't stare. Don't give it the satisfaction. But I couldn't move. I was pinned by the same thing that pinned my eyes during the chase. Attention. A target. The woods deciding what I was allowed to see. The figure turned away from me. Not fast, not in alarm. It simply turned as if my presence had been noted and cataloged and dismissed. It stepped through the back opening where a door would eventually be and moved toward the trees. I watched, frozen, waiting for the sound of heavy footfalls, waiting for branches to snap. It made no noise. It walked with long, smooth strides, 2, 3, and then it crossed the clearing edge. The moment it reached the tree line, it took 3 more steps, and it was gone. Not because it ducked behind a trunk, because each step ate distance in a way that made my brain stutter. 10 feet, maybe more. Like the world between it and the trees folded to accommodate it. A sensation hit me then, sharp and nauseating. The same sensation from the circle. Not pressure now, but the implication of it. It didn't need to run. It could change space. It could keep itself 30 yards ahead when it wanted. It could be there and then gone without the normal rules of movement applying. My hammer slipped from my fingers and clattered on the subfloor, loud in the silence like a gunshot. The sound made me flinch so hard my shoulders hurt. The insects didn't return. The woods stayed quiet, as if listening for my reaction. I grabbed my tool bag with shaking hands and ran. Not a controlled jog, not the half run you do when you're trying to look calm. A real run, stumbling across the subfloor, down into the clearing, to the truck. My fingers fumbled with the keys. I dropped them once. The metal hit the ground, and I wanted to scream. I picked them up, shoved the key into the lock, yanked the door open. The truck interior smelled faintly of damp earth, and I almost vomited. I didn't care. I threw myself into the seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. The headlights carved tunnels into the trees. The beams hit trunks and made them look like bars. The fog was gone, but the darkness felt thick anyway, like the night had substance. I threw the truck into reverse and backed out too fast. Gravel sprayed. The tires spun for half a second and caught. My heart hammered so hard my chest hurt. As I drove down the access trail, the thought that kept looping in my head wasn't, "What was that?" It was, how long was it watching us before it decided to show itself? And then, worse. How many times did it show itself and I didn't see? The drive to town felt longer than it ever had. Every shadow in the headlights looked like a vertical shape. Every dip in the road felt like the truck might stall. I kept checking the rearview mirror even though I knew that was pointless. If it wanted to follow, it wouldn't need to chase. It could simply arrive at the motel. Dad was already outside, standing near the office like he'd been waiting. He'd showered, his hair was damp, his face looked pale under the parking lot lights. He took one look at me and stiffened. "You saw it," he said. Not a question. I shut the truck door carefully, like a loud sound might bring attention. My hands were still shaking. I tried to speak and found my throat tight, like I'd swallowed something too big. Dad stepped closer. His eyes searched my face, not just for fear, but for something else, some sign I'd been changed. "How bad?" he asked. I swallowed. My tongue felt thick. I didn't want to say the words. Saying them felt like calling, like invitation, like the door Dad had warned about. But Dad needed to know, and maybe part of me needed to admit it was real, in a place with fluorescent lights and a soda machine humming, where real was supposed to win. I whispered. It looked over the wall. Dad's eyebrows lifted slightly, a flicker of disbelief fighting with dread. "That high," he said. I nodded, unable to form more. Dad stared at me for a long second, his jaw clenched, his left hand trembling at his side. Then he asked the only question that mattered, that tall 10 hardware store conversations you don't forget. The next morning, the motel room smelled like cheap detergent and leftover fear. Dad didn't talk about what I'd seen. He didn't deny it either. That was the change. He'd always been the kind of man who could argue reality into submission. If something scared him, he'd turn it into a problem with a solution: more nails, better locks, stronger beams, a different plan. But the night before had moved him into a different mode: quiet efficiency. The kind of quiet you see in men who finally accepted they're not the biggest thing in the room. He was up at dawn, sitting at the tiny motel desk with a paper notepad, making a materials list like we were just behind schedule. Not like we were behind on safety. Not like we were behind on understanding what we were building next to. "We need more ties," he said without looking up. More hangers, another box of nails, and 2 more tarps. The big ones. I rubbed my eyes and tried to make my voice normal. "We could have the yard deliver." Dad's pencil paused. "They don't deliver out there." "They could, if you pay enough." Dad finally looked at me. The look wasn't annoyance. It was flat certainty. "You want strangers driving that road?" he asked quietly. I opened my mouth, then shut it, because I knew what he meant. If someone else came out, contractors, delivery guys, even a buddy helping for a weekend, then what? If the thing in the woods decided to edit them the way it had edited me, if it took their time, their balance, their body. Dad didn't say it, but the fear was there. If we bring other people into this, we're responsible. So we drove into town ourselves. The truck rolled over the potholes and dust like it always had. But the road felt different now. Not just a route between two places. A corridor. A line drawn through trees that didn't want a line there. I watched the tree line as we drove, expecting to see something tall and dark between trunks, still as a post. I didn't. The woods looked ordinary. That was part of the problem. Ordinary is what lets you doubt yourself. Dad drove with both hands on the wheel. His left hand trembled slightly against the leather. The tremor subdued but constant. His jaw was set. He didn't turn the radio on. It was a quiet drive. At the gas station on the edge of town, he bought coffee and aspirin without making a joke about it. He also bought a pack of cigarettes. Not his brand, he didn't have one anymore. The cashier, a teenage kid with bored eyes and a nose ring, barely looked up. Dad slid the cigarettes into his jacket pocket like he was hiding them. I raised an eyebrow. "For the headaches," he said flatly. "Since when do cigarettes help headaches?" Dad's eyes flicked to mine. "Since now," he said, and I let it go, because arguing felt like poking at a bruise. The hardware store parking lot was busier than it had been earlier in the week. A delivery truck was backed up to the loading dock. A couple guys in work pants stood smoking near the entrance, laughing too loud. The world out here was normal. It had always been normal. That normality felt like an insult. We walked inside and the familiar smell hit me: fertilizer, rubber, sawdust, old coffee. Ceiling fans pushed warm air around. Somewhere in the back, a forklift beeped. The clerk at the front counter recognized us immediately. He wasn't old, maybe late 30s, but he had the weathered look of someone who'd lived in that town his whole life. He wore the same faded store apron as before, name tag crooked. His eyes went to Dad first, then to me, like he was checking if we'd slept. "Back again," he said, forcing cheer. "How's the build going?" Dad set the list on the counter. His voice was neutral. "Need more hardware." The clerk picked up the list, scanned it. His eyes flicked briefly to the cigarettes in Dad's pocket when Dad shifted. He pretended not to notice. "Where you boys at again?" he asked. And the question sounded casual, but it wasn't. It was too precise. Like he already knew the answer and wanted to hear how we'd say it. Dad hesitated for half a second, just long enough for me to notice, then said, "Out past the old pond." The clerk's smile tightened. Not a dramatic reaction, not fear, just a tightening, like he'd bit down on something sour. "Ah," he said again. The same sound he'd made when we bought the first replacement nail gun. Like a door in his mind had closed quietly. "You're out by that road?" he asked, and his tone was careful now. Dad's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why?" The clerk shrugged. "Too quick." "Nothing. Just gets rough out there when it rains." Dad didn't answer. He didn't need to. We both knew the road was rough. That wasn't why the clerk had asked. While Dad went down the aisles with the list, moving stiffly, I hovered near the counter and tried the casual approach. It was stupid, but I needed to know if we were the only ones. If there was some human explanation everyone else in town had heard. "So," I said, leaning slightly on the counter like we were just two guys talking shop. "Any break-ins out that way lately? People messing around?" The clerk looked at me, and his eyes held mine a beat too long. "No," he said, a little too fast. "Not that I've heard." "What about squatters?" I pressed, trying to keep my tone light. "Hunters folks camping where they shouldn't." His smile was still there, but it had become stiff. A mask. "People camp all over," he said. "It's summer." "Yeah, but I started..." He cut me off with cheer that didn't fit. If you're worried, you could put up trail cams. They sell them over by sporting goods. He pointed, not looking me in the eye anymore. I understood then. He wasn't going to talk, either because he didn't know, or because he did and he'd learned not to. Dad came back with a cart half full of brackets and boxes. He had another roll of orange line. He tossed it in like it was just another item. The orange was too bright in the dull store lighting. It made my stomach twist. At the register, while the clerk scanned items and the total climbed into a number I didn't want to see, I noticed an older man behind us in line, late 60s maybe, lean as a fence post, ball cap with a faded logo. He carried a bag of birdseed and a box of .30-06 ammo like it was groceries. He watched us with quiet interest, not the nosy kind, the evaluating kind. When the clerk asked for our number for rewards points, Dad waved him off. No thanks. The older man chuckled softly. Building out there without saving a penny, he said, like it was a joke. Dad didn't respond. The old man leaned slightly closer, eyes on the cart. That's a lot of hurricane ties, he said. You boys building something tall. Dad's shoulders tightened. Just building. The man smiled. Just building, he repeated, amused. Then he added, like he was tossing out a harmless line to make small talk. Don't build tall things out there. He said it in the same tone someone might say, don't forget bug spray. I laughed one short, automatic sound because my brain didn't know what else to do with it. The old man's eyes shifted to me. The smile faded. He saw, in my face, that I wasn't laughing because it was funny. I was laughing because I was scared and didn't want to show it. His expression changed into something careful. You hear me? He asked, still quiet, but not joking anymore. Dad turned slightly, a warning in his eyes. We're fine, he said. The old man nodded once, slow. Yeah, he said. Folks always are, until they're not. The clerk slid the receipt toward Dad, and the old man stepped back like he'd said enough. Dad paid without looking at either of them. His hand shook slightly as he signed. Then, as if to prove some point to himself, he grabbed another carton from the tobacco shelf near the counter. Not one pack, a carton, 10 packs of cigarettes, wrapped in plastic. I stared. Dad didn't meet my eyes. For myself, he said, voice flat, daring me to argue. The clerk's eyebrows lifted. Then he forced them down. He didn't comment. He just scanned it and moved on. Outside, the air felt brighter than it should have after that conversation. The sunlight hit my face like a slap. I loaded boxes into the truck bed, hands moving automatically. Dad stood by the driver door and lit a cigarette. I hadn't seen him smoke in years. He held it between his fingers like he didn't quite remember the muscle memory. He took one drag, coughed hard, and still kept it. He didn't smoke it like a habit. He smoked it like a ritual. I didn't say that because I didn't want it to be true. On the drive back to the property, neither of us spoke. The road rattled the truck. Dust rose behind us. The trees blurred past in green walls. At one point, Dad tapped ash out the window and said, almost to himself, "We're guests." He didn't look at me when he said it. I stared out at the woods and felt the sentence settle on my shoulders like a heavy coat. When we got back to the site, the cabin frame stood the same as we'd left it. Nothing moved, no hoodie, no pressure. Insects chirped normally, normal again. We worked until late afternoon. Then Dad called it. His headache was creeping back. He rubbed his temple, swallowed aspirin dry, and said he wanted a shower, so we retreated to town again. That night, the motel felt less like a break and more like a bunker. Dad fell asleep early, exhausted and stubborn even in rest. He lay on his back, hands on his chest, cigarette carton on the nightstand like medicine. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the hoodie head rising over the wall. I kept hearing the old man's voice in line. Not joking anymore. You hear me around midnight. I finally drifted off. I woke up to a sound outside my door. Not footsteps. A scrape. Soft. Slow. Like something being dragged along the carpeted hallway. The sound wasn't steady. It was intermittent. A wet, fibrous friction. Shh, shh. My eyes snapped open. My heart immediately started running. Dad was asleep, mouth open slightly, breath heavy. The scrape came again, closer this time, right outside our door. My mind went to stupid places. First, a drunk guest dragging a suitcase, a janitor pushing a cart, someone's dog pulling a toy. But there was something wrong with the texture of the sound. It wasn't wheels. It was dragging, like wet rope across carpet. I sat up slowly, as silent as I could. The room felt too warm. The AC hummed. The scrape paused, then came again, directly in front of the door. My mouth went dry. I stared at the peephole like it might grow an eye. The door handle didn't move. No knock. Just the soft drag. Then stillness. I slipped out of bed and padded across the room barefoot. My hand hovered over the lock. I hesitated. Dad had said not to call it. Calling is how you invite. This felt like that, like a prompt. A test. I wanted to wake Dad. I wanted to turn on every light. I wanted to pretend I hadn't heard it. But another part of me, the same part that chased the hoodie, needed to know. I unlocked the deadbolt slowly, the click loud in the quiet room. I held my breath and pulled the door open. The hallway was empty. Yellow motel lighting, patterned carpet, a vending machine humming at the far end, an exit sign glowing red. The air smelled faintly of stale popcorn and disinfectant. No one. No cart. No suitcase. No dog. Just emptiness. I leaned out and looked both ways. Nothing. But when I stepped back, my bare foot brushed the threshold. The carpet just outside the door felt damp. Not soaked, not visibly wet, just cool and slightly damp, like someone had dragged something moist along it and it hadn't fully dried yet. I stared at it until my eyes hurt. Then I closed the door quietly, relocked it, and backed away like the door was the only thing keeping the world on the right side of itself. I crawled back into bed without waking Dad. My heart didn't slow down for a long time. And as I lay there staring at the ceiling, I realized the worst part of that scrape wasn't the sound. It was the timing. Like something had waited until we were off the land to remind us that leaving didn't automatically mean safe. 11, the help that isn't help by Thursday. I couldn't keep pretending we were handling it. The build was still moving forward. Walls braced, sheathing going up. The outline of the A-frame starting to feel real, but every day had become a balancing act between progress and whatever the woods decided to do with our attention. We were building under a kind of invisible supervision, and the longer it went on, the more I felt my mind splitting into two versions of itself. One version was practical. This is stress, sleep deprivation, Dad's health. You're spooking yourself. The other version was quieter, colder, and harder to argue with. Something is interacting with you. It's leaving marks. It's shaping your choices. I wanted a third version. I wanted a version that involved authority, a person in a uniform, a rational explanation that could be filed under resolved. I wanted a voice on the phone to tell me I was being dramatic. So on Thursday morning, while Dad was measuring rafter cuts and pretending his left hand wasn't shaking, I walked away from the site and climbed into my truck to make calls. The cell service out there was unreliable, which felt like its own kind of cruelty. If I stood near a certain stump, with the phone held in a certain angle, I could sometimes get a bar. 1 bar. Enough to load weather? Maybe. Enough to send a text if it wanted to go through. Enough to call if the wind wasn't wrong. I parked at the edge of the clearing, sat with the phone pressed to my ear, and dialed the county non-emergency line. It rang twice. Then a woman answered in a voice that sounded tired before the conversation even started. Sheriff's office. Non-emergency. Hi, I said, trying to sound calm, like I wasn't calling from the middle of nowhere with sweat on my neck and dread in my gut. I'm out on a property off I named the nearest road. We're building a cabin. We've had some trespassing. There was a pause. I could hear typing in the background. Trespassing, she repeated. Neutral. You see someone on the property. Not right now, I said. But we've had tools go missing and then show back up. We've had footprints I stopped, realizing I didn't actually have footprints that made sense. I had impressions, smears, a handprint on the wrong side of glass, a deer skull placed like a sign. We've heard things at night, I added, and immediately regretted it. Her tone shifted, not unkind, but dismissive in a practiced way. Sir, this time of year it's usually kids or hunters cutting through. Folks don't always know property lines. This isn't cutting through, I said, a little sharper than I meant. This is deliberate. Somebody was in the frame, hood up, wouldn't turn around, walked into the woods. Okay, she said. You call 911 if someone is there and refusing to leave. If it's after the fact, we can make a note of it. A note, I repeated, and felt something in me deflate. Do you have cameras, she asked. No, I said. We're building. There's no power out there yet. Then there's not much we can do without seeing someone, she said, and her voice had that polite finality that tells you the call is ending. Make sure you keep things locked up. Post no trespassing signs. Hunters won't cross signage. I almost laughed. I pictured the hoodie head rising over the wall, silent as breath. I pictured a sign stopping it. Yeah, I said. Okay. You want a deputy to swing by? She asked. But the way she asked made it clear it would be a low-priority drive-through, a courtesy that might happen next week. We're 12 miles out, I said, by the pond. There was another pause, a tiny hesitation. By the pond, she repeated. Her tone remained professional, but something in the rhythm changed, like the words had weight. If you feel unsafe, don't stay out there alone, she said. That's all I can tell you. Then she wished me a good day and hung up. I sat in the truck with the phone still in my hand, listening to the call's dead tone. I wanted to punch the steering wheel. I wanted to go back to the site and pretend I hadn't tried. Instead, I dialed again, this time to the state wildlife office. If the sheriff wouldn't treat it seriously, maybe the woods could be solved with biology. Maybe this was an animal. Maybe a bear had been near the truck. Maybe a person wasn't a person. The wildlife officer who answered sounded like he was eating an apple. Wildlife Services. I explained the situation again. stripping out the parts that sounded crazy and focusing on what could be pinned to a species' noises at night. Movement near the cabin, strange footprints, the smell of damp earth. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he said, "Bears'll do weird stuff. I thought bears didn't stand like that," I said before I could stop myself. There was a short silence, then stand like what I closed my eyes. "Never mind," I said quickly. Something tall near the frame." He made a sound that could have been a chuckle. "You get people in the woods who wear hoodies. You get bears, coyotes, bobcats. You get your brain doing tricks when you're tired." "What about missing tools?" I asked. "People," he said flatly. "Or you set something down and forget. Happens all the time." And the smell I pressed. "Wet ground," he said. "Pond nearby. Moldy wood. Old leaves." "All of that at once?" I asked. He sighed, the apple crunching again in the background. "Look, if you've got a bear problem, you'll see scat, claw marks, prints that look like a fat dog hand. If you've got coyotes, you'll hear them. If you've got a trespasser, you call sheriff when they're there. Otherwise, my advice is don't leave food out, keep things locked, and don't go chasing strangers in the fog." The last line hit harder than it should have. It was like he knew. I didn't chase, I started. But he wasn't listening for details. He was doing what the dispatcher had done, filing my fear into a category that didn't inconvenience him. He gave me a case number just in case and hung up. I sat there staring at the tool bin in the truck bed, at the coil of orange line, at the neat stacks of lumber we'd tarped. I felt ridiculous. I felt angry. I felt alone. And underneath all of that, I felt something else, like the woods wanted me to make those calls, like it wanted to watch the world shrug. I climbed out and walked back to Dad. He was on the subfloor, measuring rafter angles, pencil tucked behind his ear like he'd done 1,000 times. "How'd it go?" he asked without looking up. "Nothing," I said. Dad nodded once, like he'd expected that. "Good," he said. And that word "good" made me stare at him. "You wanted it to be nothing I asked." Dad finally looked at me. His eyes were hard. "I want it to be simple," he said. "I want it to be tools and wood and weather. I don't want to be the guy calling the sheriff about shadows." "Dad," he cut me off with a tight shake of his head. "We finish," he said. "That's the help." His pride was a force, and I could see how it fed the situation. The more he refused to acknowledge it, the more his body tightened, the more the headaches hammered him, the more stress built under his skin. If the woods wanted stress, Dad was producing it on demand. We worked all day. The air was warmer. The sun was bright. The world behaved. No pressure pulses, no sudden silences. It almost felt like a reprieve. That's how it got us. Late afternoon. I stepped away to the truck to grab more nails. My hands were dirty, my shirt soaked in sweat. I felt like I was regaining control of my own mind. As I walked back toward the subfloor, I noticed something on the boards. At first, it was just a darker smear near the middle of the floor, as if someone had dragged mud there. Then my brain resolved it into shape. A boot print, not a clean print, not a crisp tread. A smeared impression like wet clay pressed down and slid slightly. The heel mark was elongated. The toe area narrow, pointed almost. Too long, too narrow, and it was facing inward, toward the frame, as if someone had stepped onto our subfloor and paused. I stopped so hard my stomach lurched. I looked down at my own boots, normal work boots, wide toe, thick sole, and then at the print again. It didn't match, not even close. I crouched, heart pounding, and leaned closer. The smear had a sheen to it, damp in the late light. It wasn't fresh, puddle wet, but it hadn't dried fully either. The color was wrong, too grayish-brown, like clay from deeper soil, not the pine needle dirt on the surface. I stared at it until my eyes started to sting. My mind did what it always did, searched for an explanation that didn't crack reality in half. Maybe it was my own print distorted by a slip. Maybe it was Dad's. Maybe a contractor had stepped there earlier. But we were alone. We'd been alone all day. The site had been quiet. I stood slowly and called, "Dad." Dad looked up from the wall, bracing, annoyed. When I pointed, he walked over, wiping sweat from his brow with a dirty forearm. He looked down at the print. For a second, his face did something I'd never seen it do. It emptied. Like a man's expression when he realizes a joke isn't a joke. Then he forced a laugh, sharp and fake. "That's yours," he said. "No," I said, and my voice came out too steady. "It's not." Dad's eyes flicked to my boots, then back to the print. His left hand trembled at his side. He swallowed hard. "Maybe you dragged mud," he said, "too quickly." "I didn't," I said, and the certainty in my voice made the air feel colder. Dad stared at the print again, longer this time. I watched his jaw flex. I watched the line at his temple deepen with pain. I watched him do the thing he always did when something scared him, turn it into anger. He straightened abruptly. "We're not doing this," he snapped. "We're not standing here staring at dirt like it's going to tell us something. It is telling us something," I said before I could stop myself. Dad's eyes flashed. "Stop," he hissed. And there it was again, his rule, the unspoken rule. Don't call it, don't name it, don't give it language. He walked away from the print like walking away could erase it. He picked up his hammer and started nailing braces with unnecessary force, each hit loud and angry. I stood there, staring at the smeared boot impression, and felt my own body tense, as if preparing for something. Nothing happened. No hooded figure, no pressure pulse, no silence. Just that mark, sitting on our floor like a quiet laugh. We worked until dusk because Dad refused to stop early out of spite. His pride pushed him past his own limits, and I saw it in the way he held his left arm close to his side sometimes, as if the muscles had started to cramp. Around sunset, he dropped a handful of nails and didn't bother to pick them up right away. He just stared at his hand like it had betrayed him again. "You okay?" I asked carefully. "I'm fine," he said. Too fast. But his left forearm twitched. He pressed his fingers into the muscle near his elbow, face tight, jaw clenched. It looked like a cramp, but it also looked like fear, like he was trying to massage away the feeling that his body was being used as leverage. He caught me watching and turned his face away. For a second, the hard mask slipped, and I saw what was underneath. Not anger, not stubbornness. Fear, pure and quiet. He didn't say it. He didn't have to. It was in the way his eyes avoided mine, in the way his breathing shortened, in the way he held his arm like it might not obey him if he let go. The light faded. The woods darkened. Dad forced his voice into something normal again. "Pack it up," he said. "We start early." I nodded, but my gaze kept drifting back to that smeared boot print on the subfloor. It stayed visible in the dim light like a bruise, and I realized something that made my throat tighten. The help I wanted, sheriff, wildlife officer. Anyone was never going to arrive in a way that mattered, because the woods didn't need to win in court. It didn't need to leave evidence that could be photographed cleanly, measured, proven. It just needed to keep us here long enough for our bodies to start failing and our minds to start obeying. As we drove back toward town, Dad flexed his left hand on his thigh, quietly, as if checking if the cramp would return. He stared through the windshield with a look that wasn't pride anymore. It was calculation. How much longer can I do this? How much longer until it takes something I can't hide? 12 family history opens like a trapdoor. We didn't go back to the property that night. Dad said we would, because Dad always said we would. But when we got to the motel, he moved like a man whose batteries were drained. He didn't shower. He didn't even turn the TV on. He sat on the edge of the bed and stared at his hands for a long time, opening and closing them as if he didn't trust them. The cigarette carton sat on the nightstand like a dare. I watched him, waiting for the moment he would admit it, admit he was scared, admit he needed to stop, admit he couldn't push through this the way he'd pushed through everything else. But he didn't say any of that. He just rubbed his left forearm where it had cramped earlier and said, almost casually, "We're taking tomorrow morning slow." Slow wasn't his word. It sounded like someone else's. I nodded. And then we sat in the motel room's stale yellow light with the air conditioner humming and the weight of everything unsaid filling the space between the beds. Sometimes fear doesn't make you talk. Sometimes it makes you careful with language. The way you are at a funeral when you're afraid any wrong word might crack the room open. Dad eventually got up and went into the bathroom. I heard the sink running. I heard him wash his hands longer than necessary. The faucet squeaked when he turned it off. Then he came back out and sat down again, still not looking at me. "Dad," I said quietly. He made a sound that meant what? "You're hurting," I said. "You don't have to keep." Dad cut me off with a shake of his head. "Don't," he said. There it was again. Not don't build, don't talk. His rule, the one he kept throwing over the situation like a tarp. I took a breath. "Okay," I said, and tried to let it go. But I couldn't. I'd been holding this thing inside me since the fog morning, since the circle, since the hoodie rising over the wall, since the boot print on our floor, since the scrape outside our motel door like wet rope dragging across carpet. I didn't want to keep it alone anymore. "Why are you doing the tobacco thing?" I asked. Finally. Dad's shoulders tensed. He stared at the carpet between his boots. "What tobacco thing?" "Don't," I said, mirroring him. "Don't pretend. You bought a carton. You keep touching your pocket. You said we're guests." Dad's jaw flexed. His left hand trembled slightly where it rested on his knee. For a long moment, he didn't answer. Then he let out a slow breath. And I realized it was the first real exhale I'd heard from him all day, like he'd been holding tension in his lungs. "My mom used to do it," he said quietly. The sentence landed in the motel room like something heavy set down on the table. It made me sit up straighter. "Your mom?" I repeated. Dad nodded once. "My grandmother did it too." "On her side?" I waited. Dad didn't like talking about his mother. Not because he didn't love her, he did, but because she carried stories he'd spent most of his life trying to outrun. Stories that made him feel like a child again. And Dad hated feeling like a child. He swallowed. "We didn't have much," he said, voice flat. When I was a kid, we moved around. My dad didn't want anything to do with that side of her. He wanted to be normal. He wanted to be American in a clean, simple way. Dad glanced up at me then, eyes sharp. You know what I mean? I did. I'd heard little fragments growing up, half a joke, half a warning. Dad's mother was from a background he rarely named. He'd mention it only when he was angry at himself or nostalgic in a way that made him uncomfortable. It was always vague, always trimmed down. Your grandma told you stories. I said. Dad's mouth tightened. Yeah. He stared at his hands again, and for a second I saw something soft flicker in his face. Regret. She'd tell them in the kitchen, he said, and his voice shifted slightly. Warmer, like the memory loosened something. When the power went out, or when my dad was working nights. She'd be cooking and she'd talk like she was just filling the air with noise. But she wasn't. She was teaching. Quietly. What kind of stories? I asked. Careful, Dad paused, as if choosing every word from a shelf. Tall ones, he said finally. Thin ones. The motel room felt colder. They weren't monsters, he added quickly, like he needed to correct the shape my mind was giving it. Not like in movies. She didn't call them demons. She called them protectors or watchers. Depends on the story. Protectors of what Dad's eyes flicked toward the window, even though there was nothing outside it but motel parking lot. Places, he said. Certain places. Places you don't build on. Places you don't step into. My throat tightened. That sounds like I started. Dad lifted a finger, and my words died in my mouth. Don't, he said again. Don't label it. Don't say a name you don't understand. Why, I asked, and I hated how thin my voice sounded. Dad's gaze fixed on mine, hard and scared. Because naming is a kind of reaching, he said. My mom said that. She said words are like knocking. Like you're tapping on a door. Some things hear that and think you're asking. The sentence made my skin prickle. The knock and the studs. The 3 taps inside the lumber pile. My throat went dry. Dad rubbed his forehead with his right hand. She said they could lead you, he continued, voice low. If they wanted you gone, they didn't have to fight you. They could make you lose your way, lose time, lose your sense of direction. You'd walk and end up right where you started. Or you'd swear it was 10 minutes and it would be 3 hours. I stared at him. Dad looked away, jaw clenched. She told it like it was weather, like it was just a fact of the world. A bitter laugh escaped me, short and shaky. And you never told me this, Dad's face tightened. I didn't want you growing up afraid of trees, he said. I didn't want you being the kid who won't go camping. I wanted you to have a normal life. Normal, I repeated, and the word tasted stupid in my mouth. Dad exhaled, and I wanted it for myself. He admitted, softer. I wanted to be the kind of man who doesn't believe in old stories. He looked down at his left hand, which was trembling slightly now, as if the conversation itself had pulled the tremor out of hiding. He curled his fingers into a fist. I grew up disconnected from that side, he said, and there was bitterness in it. My dad made sure of it, and I let it happen because it was easier. Then I got older and I started feeling stupid, like I threw something away and didn't even know what it was. He rubbed his temple again, winced slightly. So now, he said, voice strained, I don't know the right way to show respect. I don't know the rules. I just know my mom always had tobacco. She'd leave it when we went out. Not as an offering like a bribe, just acknowledgement. He swallowed. Guests, he said again. I sat there with my heart hammering, realizing this wasn't just a spooky story. It was a map Dad had been carrying and refusing to unfold, even for himself. You think it's, I began. Dad cut me off sharply. Don't call it, he said, and the fear in his eyes flared. Calling is how you invite. The words had become his anchor, his control, his prayer. I nodded slowly, even though my mind was screaming questions. Dad's shoulders slumped slightly, as if speaking all of that had taken effort he didn't have. He leaned back against the headboard and closed his eyes for a long moment. I thought the conversation was over. Then Dad spoke again. So quietly, I almost didn't hear it. When I found you, he said. I looked at him. What Dad opened his eyes. They were shiny. When I found you out there, he repeated. That day you went missing. My throat tightened. Yeah, Dad stared at the motel ceiling as if it was easier to talk to plaster than to me. I didn't tell you everything, he said. The sentence hit me like a cold splash. What do you mean? Dad swallowed. His left hand trembled against the blanket. I found you on your side, he said, like you'd fallen. Your face was pale. Your lips were weird, like you'd been holding your breath too long. I felt nausea rise. Dad, he kept going, voice flat, the way people speak when they're forcing themselves through something. There were stones near you, he said. I froze. Stones. Dad nodded once. Small. Arranged. He whispered. Not just scattered. Arranged like a little diagram. Like a circle that wasn't a circle. Like the kind of thing you'd draw if you were trying to mark a spot. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. You saw, I began. Dad's eyes tightened. I saw them, he said, right there in the pine needles. And I remember thinking he paused, breath catching slightly. I remember thinking my mom would know what to do. My mouth went dry. So what happened? Dad's face changed, and I watched shame creep over it. I blinked. He said, I stared. You blinked. Dad nodded, jaw clenched. Or I looked at you. He said, I don't know which. I was shaking you, yelling. I looked down at your face to see if you were breathing, and then I pressed. Dad's voice dropped to almost nothing. And then the stones weren't there anymore. Silence filled the motel room so completely that for a second I thought the air conditioner had shut off. I felt something cold settle in my gut. You mean I started, then stopped because my brain didn't want to complete the sentence. Dad looked at me now, eyes hard and scared. I mean, they were there, he said. And then they weren't. Like I'd imagined them. Like my eyes had lied. I swallowed. Did you look for them? Dad's mouth twisted. I did, he admitted. After you woke up? After you could talk? I went back to the spot where I found you. I looked at the ground until my eyes blurred. Nothing. Just needles and dirt. He let out a shaky breath. That's when I knew. He whispered. Not that you were unconscious for 3 hours. I knew that already. I knew that because you were gone when I got back and I was. He stopped, throat working. I knew something was wrong because the world changed when I blinked. My skin crawled. The returned nail gun, the boot print, the chalk line placed in screws, the deer skull facing the frame. the pressure pulses that came and went like a hand on the atmosphere. Editing. It wasn't stealing. It wasn't hiding. It was rearranging reality as needed and then smoothing it back down. Dad rubbed his face hard with both hands. When he lowered them, he looked exhausted. "I didn't tell you," he said, voice rough, "because I needed you to keep working. I needed you focused. And because if I said it out loud, it would feel real. It is real," I whispered, and my voice shook. Dad's eyes flashed. "I know," he said. And there was a rawness in it that made my chest ache. But saying it is like tapping on that door. "You understand," I nodded slowly. Because I did understand, not in a logical way, in the way your body understands a hot stove after you burn your hand. The way you learn without wanting to. Dad leaned forward and reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out the carton of cigarettes, stared at it like it was ridiculous, then tore one pack open with shaking fingers. He didn't light one. He just held the pack in his palm, like proof of the only ritual he remembered. Then he looked at me and said, quietly, "We finish. We don't chase. We don't call. We don't step where we're not welcome." His voice had the tone of someone reciting rules to survive. I nodded again, and this time it wasn't agreement. It was acceptance. Because the twist wasn't just that Dad had stories. The twist was that Dad had been seeing the edits too, and he'd been hiding them. Not to trick me, to keep me building long enough for the cabin to exist, long enough for us to become the kind of men who follow rules we don't fully understand. And as I lay in that motel bed later, staring at the ceiling while Dad's breathing finally slowed into sleep, I realized something else that made my throat tighten. If the world could change when you blinked, then how many times had it already changed while we weren't looking? 13, sleep deprivation and quiet rules. By the time we crossed into the third week, the cabin was tall enough to cast a shadow that felt like it belonged to someone else. The A-frame ribs were up. The roofline had a shape you could recognize from a distance. When we stood back in the clearing, sweaty and sore, there were moments where it almost looked like a real place, like a weekend you could imagine. A porch, a loft, big windows pointed at the pond. The kind of cabin people pin on Pinterest and pretend they'll build someday. But the way we lived inside that build was no longer normal. It wasn't the tools anymore, not primarily. It wasn't the missing items and neat corrections. Those still happened small shifts. Things moved and returned like a hand straightening a crooked picture frame, but they'd become almost background, like the sound of an AC unit in a motel room. Annoying, constant. Not the thing that kept me awake. The thing that kept me awake was the way my own behavior had changed without my permission. I started avoiding certain paths, not because I could articulate a reason, just because my feet refused to take them. There was a line of trees on the east side of the clearing, tall pines spaced slightly wider apart than the rest. On the first week, I'd walked near them without thinking. By week 3, I found myself cutting around that area automatically, giving it a wider berth like it was an electric fence. Another spot, closer to the pond, had a small dip in the ground where the soil stayed damp. It was the kind of place you'd step over without noticing. Now, I didn't step there. Ever. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a rule my body had adopted: don't go near the damp dip. I started tracking those rules the way you track a new habit in your mind. Don't walk past that tree. Don't step into that patch. Don't stand in the doorway too long. Don't look into the woods when it gets quiet. Don't say anything that feels like calling. Smaller living. That was what it felt like. like my world had shrunk to a safe rectangle defined by behavior, and anything outside it might cost me something. Dad changed too. He was quieter in a way that wasn't just fatigue. He spoke less. He joked less. He moved with the careful economy of someone who doesn't want to waste energy on words. And he started doing the tobacco thing openly, without ever announcing it. The first time I saw him, I didn't realize what I was seeing. We were finishing porch framing, setting boards, planning for the first set of steps. The sun was high, the air warm, the woods almost normal. Dad said he needed to check something and walked toward the tree line with a purpose that made my stomach tighten. I watched him from the subfloor as he stopped at the edge of the clearing. He didn't step into the woods. He didn't cross that invisible boundary where the needles got thicker and the light changed. He just stood there. Then he reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and crouched. He didn't light it. He broke it in half carefully, like he was splitting a wishbone, and set the tobacco on the ground. He sprinkled it in a small pile, pressed it lightly into the soil with 2 fingers, and stood up. Then he walked back like nothing happened. He didn't look at me. He didn't say, "I'm doing this for us." He didn't say anything. That made it worse, because it meant he wasn't doing it as a symbolic gesture between father and son. He was doing it as a private routine with the woods, a small agreement. I pretended not to notice. That was another rule I adopted: don't ask about the tobacco. Because asking would require him to explain, and explaining would require us to name the reason, and naming felt too close to calling. So we worked, and we didn't talk about what we were doing. The nights were the hardest. Not because something happened every night. It didn't. The place was smarter than that. It understood pacing. It understood how a brain starts to relax when nothing happens. How exhaustion makes you sloppy. How one clean night can make you doubt the last 10. It gave us quiet nights on purpose. And then it broke the quiet in small, precise ways. Sometimes the insects stopped. You'd be lying on the subfloor under a tarp roof, listening to the chorus of chirps and buzzes that should have been comforting, and then cut. Total silence. Not a fade. A switch. The silence would hold for 10 seconds. 20. 30. Then the insects would resume as if someone had hit play again. Dad would lie perfectly still when that happened. I learned to copy him. We became statues in sleeping bags, listening for the moment the woods decided to breathe again. Sometimes the pond slapped. I don't know how else to describe it. Not a splash, not a fish jumping, not wind ripples. A single wet smack, like a hand striking water. One sound, then nothing. The first time it happened, I sat up so fast my sleeping bag twisted around my legs. Dad lifted his head and stared toward the dark where the pond should have been. "Frog," he muttered, voice rough, but his eyes didn't believe him. Neither did mine. My body started reacting in ways I couldn't control. Headaches. First. Not just stress headaches. Pressure headaches. Like a band tightening around my skull when we worked near certain areas of the frame. It wasn't constant. It came in pulses. Like the air itself was squeezing. A metallic taste started showing up in my mouth. I'd be cutting a board. Then suddenly my tongue would taste like pennies. It reminded me of adrenaline. It reminded me of fear. It reminded me of biting your cheek and tasting blood even when you haven't. My fingers tingled sometimes. Not numbness like the circle. Tingling like your hand falling asleep, but localized 2 fingers. then 3. It would happen when I stepped too close to certain spots: the doorway, the back wall, the damp dip near the pond. The tingling would stop when I stepped away, as if my nerves were a compass, telling me where not to stand. I tried to be rational about it. Dehydration, electrolytes, stress, bad posture, too much coffee. But then, one afternoon, I stood at the back opening where the door would be and felt the pressure thicken around me like invisible water. My fingers tingled, and the metallic taste hit hard. I stepped back 2 feet. It vanished. I wasn't imagining the timing. The cabin itself had become a sensor, or a border. We started staying in town less, not because we felt safer on the land, but because Dad insisted we needed to be there more. He said it like the cabin would disappear if we left it too long, like the woods would reclaim it. So we slept on the property again. And that's when the training turned into something sharper. It happened on a night that was otherwise quiet. No fog, no wind, no rain yet, just a thick humidity that made the air feel heavy. We'd eaten a lazy dinner, peanut butter sandwiches, lukewarm water. Dad had done the tobacco thing at the tree line. We had said almost nothing to each other. We lay down on the subfloor and stared at the tarp ceiling, listening to insects. I don't remember falling asleep. I remember waking up. It wasn't gradual. It was like someone flipped a switch in my nervous system. My eyes snapped open in the dark. For a second, I didn't know why. I lay still, heart already running, mouth dry. Then I felt it. Pressure. Not in my ears, not in my chest, in the room, in the air. The same thickening I'd felt in the doorway, but wider, spreading through the half-built cabin like a fog you could feel instead of see. The tarp above us didn't move. The frame didn't creak, but the air pressed down as if the ceiling had lowered by 6 inches. I held my breath automatically. Beside me, Dad's breathing had changed too. He wasn't snoring. He was awake. I could tell by the way his breath paused, controlled, as if he was trying to be silent. I lay there, eyes wide in the dark, listening. That's when I heard it. A single step on the porch. Not inside the frame. Outside, on the new boards we'd just installed. One slow, deliberate footfall. The wood made a soft creak under weight. Then nothing. No second step. No shuffling. No retreat. Just that one step, placed like punctuation. My skin went cold. I wanted to sit up. I wanted to grab the flashlight. I wanted to throw the tarp back and stare into the night until my eyes bled. But I didn't. Because I had learned the rule without anyone teaching it directly. Checking is a response. Responses are what it wants. I lay still, holding my breath until my lungs ached. The pressure stayed. It didn't release after the step. It lingered, thick and present, like the air itself was listening to whether I would move. Dad didn't move either. Minutes passed. I don't know how many. Time stretches when you're terrified and refusing to act. The porch didn't creak again. The woods didn't make a sound. Insects were silent. Finally, slowly, the pressure eased, not like a door opening, like a hand lifting off your chest. The air became normal again. Only then did I breathe. Dad exhaled too. One long, controlled breath, like he'd been holding it as long as I had. Neither of us spoke. Not that night. Not in the morning. We woke at dawn, stiff and bleary. The sky was pale. The pond reappeared as a dark sheet between trees. Birds started again, tentative. Dad got up first. He moved quietly, rubbed his temple, and went to the edge of the clearing with his tobacco. I watched him from the subfloor, too tired to pretend not to. He didn't look back. When he finished, he returned and started making coffee like it was just another morning. I forced myself to stand, joints cracking, and stepped onto the porch boards. My stomach dropped. There were wet marks on the porch. Not footprints, not paw prints, not anything that matched a normal animal or human. They were thin, damp streaks, parallel lines like something had dragged a seam across the wood. Like fabric soaked in pond water had been pulled along the boards, leaving a signature of dampness that didn't pool, didn't drip, just streaked. The lines started near the edge of the porch and angled toward the door opening, then stopped, as if whatever made them had stepped once, paused, and then shifted in place. I crouched and touched one line with my fingertip. Cold, wet. It smelled faintly of old leaves and pond mud. Dad's voice came from behind me. Quiet. Don't. I froze, finger still on the wet wood. Dad stood in the doorway, eyes tired, face drawn. His left hand trembled slightly at his side. He didn't say, "Don't touch it." He said, "Don't," the way you tell someone not to start a conversation in a room where someone dangerous is pretending to sleep. I pulled my hand back and wiped it on my jeans. We stared at the damp streaks together for a long moment. Then Dad did what he always did now. He turned away from evidence, he picked up his coffee, and he went back to work. Smaller and quieter than the man who'd first stood on that land and said, "This is going to be good." I followed him because I had learned the new rhythm build during the day. Obey at night, and in the morning, erase whatever the woods had chosen to leave behind. 14, the near death that forces a decision after the wet streaks on the porch. Dad became even more determined to finish something every day, like he was trying to outwork whatever rules the woods were writing around us. That was his coping mechanism. It always had been. When life threatened him, he didn't slow down. He accelerated, as if speed could keep the fear from catching up. The problem was his body couldn't keep up anymore. I could see it in the small failures, the way his hand shook harder when he tried to hold a nail steady, the way he stood up from a crouch and paused for half a second, eyes closed, breathing through something sharp inside his chest, the way he started swallowing aspirin dry and calling it just a headache. Every day I told myself we'd stop early. Every day Dad found a reason not to. Just one more beam, he'd say. Just one more brace. Just one more hour. And every time I pushed back, he'd look at me like I was trying to take the cabin away from him. The cabin had become a symbol, not of leisure, not of vacation, of survival, of pride, of not being the man whose life shrank to doctor's orders and pill bottles. So we kept going. The morning of his cardiac event was warm and bright, cruelly normal. Birds were active. The pond looked calm, with a thin skin of sunlight moving on the surface. The insects kept their usual noise. No pressure pulses, no sudden silences, no weird knocks from lumber piles. If you'd walked onto that site without context, you would have seen nothing but two guys working. I almost let it relax me. Dad was in decent spirits when we started. He joked about my city hands when I fumbled a joist hanger. He drank coffee out of a thermos and complained about how expensive everything was. He even laughed when a board slipped and smacked his boot. But I noticed the way he kept rubbing his left forearm. Not hard, just a quick squeeze, like he was checking something. His jaw stayed clenched in a way it hadn't earlier in the week. We were setting a beam that morning, one of the heavier ones. It wasn't a ridiculous lift, but it wasn't something a man recovering from a stroke should have been doing in heat, with stress humming in his body like an electrical fault. I suggested we wait until we had help. Dad shot the idea down instantly. "We don't need help," he said. "We need progress." I didn't argue because arguing had become its own kind of fuel. The woods seemed to love tension. It loved the tightening of Dad's pride. It loved the way my fear made my voice sharp. It loved our disagreements, our wasted minutes, our stress. So I stayed quiet. Another rule. We measured, positioned, prepped. Dad climbed onto the subfloor and took his end of the beam. His left hand trembled, but he compensated by gripping harder, knuckles whitening. "Ready?" I asked. "Yeah," he snapped, then softened it with a grunt. "Yeah. Lift." We lifted together. The beam rose slowly, heavy and awkward, our boots sliding slightly on sawdust. I guided my end toward the post. Dad guided his end toward the bracket. For a moment, it felt right. The beam lined up. The cabin ribs above us looked like a cathedral skeleton. Sunlight filtered through, turning dust into glitter. Dad's face was red with effort. "Set it," I said. Dad's breath came out in a sharp exhale. He leaned in, trying to slot the beam into place. Then his grip faltered. Not a full drop, a twitch. His left hand shuddered, fingers loosening for a fraction of a second. The beam shifted. I tightened my hold, instinctively compensating, muscles straining. "Dad," I said, alarm rising. "I've got it." He snapped, but he didn't. His face changed. It went gray, as if someone had pulled the color out from under his skin. His eyes widened, not dramatic, not panicked, wide in a way that made my stomach turn. Because I'd seen that look in emergency rooms. The look of someone realizing something inside them has gone wrong. Dad let the beam go. Not a decision, a failure. It slipped out of his hands and dropped onto the subfloor with a heavy thud. The impact rattled the frame. It should have been a disaster beam dropping. Toes crushed, structure shifted, but it landed flat and safe, like the world had decided to spare us that kind of accident. Dad didn't look at it. He clutched his left arm. His fingers dug into the muscle above his elbow, then slid up toward his chest, as if he wasn't sure where the pain was coming from. His mouth opened slightly. His breath came shallow, fast. "Dad," I said, and my voice sounded far away to my own ears. He didn't answer. He tried to take a step and his knees buckled. I lunged forward and caught him around the ribs. His body felt suddenly heavy, dead weight, like his muscles had shut off. "Sit," I said, hauling him toward a stack of plywood. "Sit down." Dad tried to speak. The only sound that came out was a thin, broken exhale. His face was slick with sweat, but not the healthy sweat of work. It was cold sweat, the kind that beads at the hairline when your body is trying to survive something invisible. "Can you breathe?" I demanded. Dad nodded once. Tiny. His lips were pale. I pulled my phone out with shaking hands. No signal. Of course, I didn't waste time with anger. I grabbed the truck keys and half-carried Dad toward the passenger seat. He made a small noise when I lifted him, like pain blooming in his chest. His left hand stayed pressed there now, palm flat, fingers rigid. "Stay with me," I said. And I didn't know who I was talking to him. Myself. God. The woods. I got him into the passenger seat and buckled him because I'd seen enough ER waiting rooms to know you buckle someone who might faint. I turned the truck around in the clearing, tires throwing dust, and slammed onto the access trail hard enough that tools clanked in the bed. Dad's breathing was quick, shallow. His eyes stared straight ahead, unfocused. "Talk to me," I said, voice cracking. "Just tell me what you feel." Dad's jaw worked. "Pressure," he whispered finally. "Chest." My stomach dropped. "Left arm," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded once. I drove like an idiot. Gravel sprayed, potholes hammered the suspension, branches slapped the side of the truck. I didn't care. We hit the county road and I floored it toward town. I kept one hand on the wheel and the other hovering near Dad like I could hold him in reality if I stayed close enough. His skin looked gray under the sunlight. His lips had a faint blue tinge that might have been my imagination, but I couldn't trust my eyes anymore. "You're okay," I said, because saying anything else felt like surrender. "You're okay. Just breathe." Dad's eyes flicked to me for a second, and in them I saw fear in a form I'd never seen in him, helplessness. Not fear of the woods, fear of his own body. At the ER entrance, I skidded into the drop-off lane and threw the truck into park. I ran around and yanked the passenger door open. Dad tried to stand. He couldn't. His legs wobbled like they belonged to a puppet. "Help," I shouted toward the sliding doors, and my voice echoed off hospital glass. A nurse in scrubs looked up from a rolling computer. Her expression shifted instantly from bored to alert. "What's going on? Chest pain," I said, and the words came out faster than my brain could process. "Left arm, short breath. He had a stroke in April, please." The nurse grabbed a wheelchair and we got Dad into it with the smooth, practiced urgency of people who do this every day. Inside. The ER smelled like disinfectant and stale coffee. The air was too cold, the fluorescent lights too bright. The waiting room chairs were filled with the usual humanity. A guy holding a towel to a bleeding hand, a woman rocking a toddler, an old man staring at the floor like it owed him something. Time slowed, then sped up. They rolled Dad past the check-in desk and into triage. A tech slapped a blood pressure cuff on his arm and the machine beeped. Another tech stuck EKG leads to his chest. Cold stickers, wires like a net. "What's your pain level?" someone asked. Dad tried to answer, but his voice was thin. 7. He managed. His eyes squeezed shut. The nurse turned to me. "Insurance card." My hands fumbled in my pocket. I pulled out my wallet, then realized Dad's card was in his own wallet, which was probably still in the truck or in his pocket. My brain flashed images, bills, paperwork, denial letters, the absurdity of bureaucracy at the edge of death. I have it," I stammered. "He has it." "It's okay," the nurse said briskly. Not unkind. "We'll get him back. You can sort that out at registration." They wheeled him away behind double doors, and suddenly I was alone in the waiting room with my heart pounding and my hands trembling like my body wanted to copy his emergency. I sat in a chair and stared at the floor and tried to breathe. I called my boss on autopilot and left a message I barely remember. I texted my cousin. I stared at my phone screen like it might deliver instructions on how to keep a father alive. After what felt like both 10 minutes and 10 hours, a doctor came out. He was in his 40s, hair slightly messy, stethoscope around his neck, the tired eyes of someone who sees people at their worst all day. "You're his son?" he asked. "Yes." "He had an episode," the doctor said carefully. "Not a full myocardial infarction, no major damage on initial markers, but he was close. Stress-related cardiac event. His blood pressure spiked. His heart rhythm was irregular. We stabilized him. My knees went weak. I gripped the chair. "He's okay," I whispered. "He's okay right now," the doctor said, and then his tone sharpened slightly. "But he cannot keep doing what he's doing. He cannot overexert. He cannot be under chronic stress. This is not optional." I swallowed hard. He won't listen. The doctor gave a small, tired smile. "Then he'll be back," he said. Or worse. The word worse hung in the air like a threat. They let me see Dad later, in a curtained bay with monitors beeping softly. He looked smaller in that bed, pale under hospital sheets. The IV line in his arm looked obscene, like someone had attached a leash to his body. He tried to sit up when he saw me. "I'm fine," he said immediately, voice rough. "Don't," I said, and the word came out harsher than I intended. I'd inherited his tone, apparently. Dad's eyes narrowed. "Don't what? Don't act like this is nothing," I said. My voice shook. You almost Dad's face twisted. Humiliation flashed first, then anger. "I didn't almost anything," he snapped. "I'm here, I'm talking. You collapsed," I said. "You turned gray." Dad's jaw clenched. He looked away toward the curtain, as if he couldn't stand my gaze. For a second, he looked ashamed. Then he covered it with rage, the only emotion he knew how to wear in public. "This is my fault," he muttered. "All of it. I pushed too hard." Then, as if the words burned, he turned that blame outward. "And you," he started, eyes flashing at me. "You keep looking at the trees like you want to be scared. You keep feeding it. I'm trying to keep you alive," I said, and my voice cracked. Dad stared at me, breathing hard, and I saw the old dynamic father trying to be invincible, son trying to be responsible. Both of us trapped by pride. The doctor came back in and cut through it with medical authority. "No more building," he said bluntly. "Not for a while. I'm serious. If you go back out there and overdo it, you may not get another warning." Dad's face tightened, but he didn't argue. Not with a doctor. Not when his chest still felt like a bruise. I stayed until they discharged him with instructions and a fistful of paperwork. I drove him back to the motel, got him into bed, watched him fall asleep with exhaustion that looked like defeat. Then I took the truck keys and went back to the property alone. I told myself I was doing it to secure the site, to tarp everything before the storm, to lock tools up, to make sure nothing got ruined. That was true. It was also an excuse. I needed to see the cabin without Dad there. I needed to know if the woods behaved differently when it was just me. I needed to know if Dad's body had been part of the pressure, if the place had been pushing him specifically, using stress like a lever. The sky was darker when I got back. Clouds had moved in. The air smelled like rain on the way. The cabin frame stood in the clearing like a rib cage. I walked onto the subfloor and felt my heart pound. The site was quiet. Not ominous quiet. Not muted. Just normal pre-storm quiet. I stepped toward the tool piles, already bracing myself for chaos. Tools tossed, tarps pulled, something missing again. Something returned in the center like a message. But when I reached the stacks, I stopped. Everything was already secured. The tarps were tighter than I remembered. The rope knots were neat, squared off. The boards were stacked in perfect angles, ends aligned like a showroom. The buckets were lidded. The nail guns were placed side by side in the tool bin, clean and orderly. It looked like someone had come through after we left and finished the cleanup we never had the energy to do. Not rummaged, not stolen, arranged. My mouth went dry. The storm wind stirred the treetops slightly, and for a moment I thought I heard something like a sigh moving through branches. I stood alone on the subfloor, staring at the unnaturally tidy sight, and a thought settled into my mind with cold certainty. It didn't want our tools. It wanted our choices. It wanted stress. It wanted Dad's heart beating too hard. And now that Dad had been pulled away, now that the human crisis had forced a decision, the woods had done something I couldn't ignore. It had taken care of the site for me, like a handler, like a host preparing a room, as if to say, you can leave. I can finish the rest of the work of shaping you. I locked the truck anyway. I chained the gate. I checked the padlock twice. Then I drove back to town with my hands gripping the wheel so hard my fingers hurt, because the neatness behind me felt more threatening than any smashed window. It meant it was paying attention. It meant it could touch our lives even when we weren't there to watch it do it. 15 contractors finish what you couldn't. Dad stayed in the motel for 2 days after the hospital, moving like his body had been demoted. He hated it. You could see it in the way he kept reaching for his boots, like he was going to stand up and walk out the door, and then stopping because his chest still ached. You could see it in the way he stared at the cabin plans rolled in their tube like they were a personal insult. You could see it in the way he flinched every time his phone buzzed with a reminder from the hospital app about follow-up care. He tried to act tough the first day home from the IR, like the whole thing had been a fluke. By the second day, the anger set in. He snapped at the motel coffee, snapped at the TV volume, snapped at my questions. Then, late that afternoon, after he'd sat silently for an hour with his hands folded on his stomach like a man practicing for a funeral, he finally said something honest. "I can't do it," he whispered. It wasn't resignation. It was humiliation. The words sounded like they hurt him physically. "You don't have to," I said quickly. "You already did enough." Dad's eyes flashed. "Don't," he said. And there it was again, his allergy to comfort. "Don't talk to me like I'm done." "I'm not," I said. And for once I didn't soften my voice. But the doctor was clear. "If you go back out there and push, you might not come back." He stared at me like he wanted to argue, then looked away because he didn't have an argument that didn't involve pride. That's when I called my cousins. Not my close friends, not buddies from work. Family. People Dad couldn't dismiss as outsiders. Men who did this kind of work for a living, contracting, framing, roofing guys with forearms like tree trunks and a casual relationship with heights. They said yes without making it a big conversation. They'd heard the panic in my voice and didn't ask for details over the phone. They just said, "Tell us when." Like showing up was the only language they spoke. They arrived 2 days later in a beat-up white work van with ladders strapped to the roof and a giant cooler wedged between seats. 3 of them my cousin Nate, his friend Parker, and another guy named Luis who shook my hand like he was crushing gravel. They hopped out laughing about something I didn't catch. Loud and human in the motel parking lot. Their radios were already playing country, the kind with steel guitar and regret. They slapped the side of the van, complained about gas prices, asked where the nearest decent breakfast was. Normal. They were pure normal, and being near them felt like stepping into a different climate. Dad sat on the motel bed when they came in, looking pale, smaller than usual in the cheap light. He tried to stand to greet them and had to pause halfway up like his body wasn't sure. Nate's expression shifted instantly. The jokes died in his throat. "Damn, Uncle." Nate said softly. "You okay?" Dad forced a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm fine," he said. "Just a scare." Parker whistled low. "Hospital scare." Dad nodded once, jaw tight. Luis didn't say anything. He just looked at me, then at Dad, then away like he'd seen this story before. Nate's voice turned brisk. "All right," he said, clapping his hands once. "We'll finish it. You just sit. Boss from the chair." Dad's mouth tightened at the word sit, but he didn't argue. Maybe because he couldn't. Maybe because he knew the alternative. We drove out to the property together in a small convoy, my truck, the van behind. Dad riding in my passenger seat with a pillow wedged under his left arm like he was hiding it. The access road rattled the van so hard I expected a ladder to fly off. The guys laughed and cursed and kept talking, like rough roads were part of the fun. Dad stared out the window, silent. When the cabin frame came into view through the trees, Nate let out a low, appreciative sound. "Damn," he said. "You boys got a lot done." Dad's shoulders squared slightly, pride, even injured pride. "Yeah," he said, "we did." I didn't correct him. I didn't say we did until we couldn't. We unloaded tools and materials. The contractors moved with a speed that made me feel like an amateur. They set up scaffolding like it was second nature. They checked angles, squared corners, made quick decisions without debate. Nate had a pencil behind his ear and a tape measure that snapped in and out like it was attached to his thoughts. They treated the cabin like a job site, not a haunted border, which should have been reassuring. Instead, it made my skin itch, because I kept waiting. I kept waiting for the silence to cut, for the pressure to roll in, for the hooded head to appear above a wall, for the pond to slap once like a hand, for a tool to vanish and return clean and dry in the center like a message. Nothing happened. The woods stayed, normal. Birds chirped, insects buzzed. Wind moved lightly through needles. The pond made its small sounds. The air didn't thicken. The shadows didn't deepen in that wrong way. I stood on the edge of the clearing watching my cousins work and felt like I was being gaslit by the world. It wasn't that I wanted something to happen. God, no. It was that the absence of it made me doubt everything I'd lived through. I followed behind Nate with a small checklist in my pocket, unused now. He laughed at something Parker said, tossed a board to Luis, and kept moving like the cabin had never been anything but wood and nails. At lunch, they sat on the subfloor and ate sandwiches from the giant cooler. They talked about jobs, about clients, about a roof that collapsed on a guy in Tennessee last winter. They joked about how my dad was too stubborn for his own good. Dad even smiled once, tired but genuine. Normal. I almost let it lull me. Then Parker said, halfway through a bite of ham, "It's quiet out here." We all paused slightly. Luis chewed slowly. "Yeah," he said. "Quiet, quiet," Nate shrugged. "It's the woods," he said. Parker shook his head, eyes flicking toward the tree line. "Nah. I mean, feels weird. Like the woods are listening." He said it casually, like a vibe check, not like a warning. But the words slid under my skin anyway. Dad didn't react outwardly. He kept eating. But I saw his right hand tighten slightly around his water bottle. His left hand trembled against his thigh under the table of his knees. "We're guests," Dad murmured, barely audible. Nate glanced at him, eyebrows raised, but didn't ask. He went back to talking about rafters. The work sped up in a way that made me uneasy. When Dad and I were building, every step had felt contested. Every hour felt thick. Every day felt like we'd fought for it. with the contractors. The cabin rose like it wanted to be finished, like it was eager now that Dad had been removed from the labor. That thought made my stomach churn. By late afternoon, they had done what would have taken me 2 days. By the next day, they were setting roof sheathing and talking about shingles. Dad watched from a folding chair I'd brought from the motel, sitting in the shade with sunglasses on to hide the exhaustion in his eyes. Every once in a while, he'd stand and try to help. Nate would push him back down with a joke. Dad would scowl and sit. I hovered near the edge of the site. Useless. Not physically useless, I could carry boards. Fetch nails, but psychologically useless. I couldn't stop listening for the things that had become my map. Silence, pressure, knocks, edits. I felt like a dog that keeps hearing a whistle no one else hears. On the second afternoon, Parker pulled me aside near the van. He was a younger guy than Nate, maybe early 30s, with a sunburnt face and an easy grin. He was the kind of contractor who filmed progress shots for Instagram, always snapping quick pictures of a frame or a roofline. He held up his phone. "Hey," he said. "Check this out. Your dad's gonna love it. Got a good shot of the cabin with the pond line behind it." My heart stuttered. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. He flipped through his gallery, thumb moving fast. I got it like right when the sun hit the rafters. "Looks sick." He stopped on a photo and turned the screen toward me. The cabin frame looked beautiful in the late light. The A-frame ribs cut a clean silhouette against the sky. The pond glinted through gaps in the trees like a strip of metal. And at the tree line, behind the cabin, just to the left of the back opening, there was a vertical dark shape, not a tree trunk. Too straight, too even. Too tall in relation to the surrounding trunks. It looked like a person standing perfectly still, but it was too narrow to be a normal person. It was like a shadow had been cut out and leaned against the forest. My mouth went dry. Parker chuckled, oblivious. "Probably just a weird tree," he said, "or the shadow from that pine. But it looks like someone's lurking, kinda creepy." Right. Like Blair Witch vibes. I couldn't make a sound. My eyes locked on the shape, the hood, the height, the wrongness of it. It wasn't clear enough to be definitive. That was the genius of it. It was just clear enough to trigger recognition, not clear enough to prove. My pulse hammered in my throat. "Can you zoom?" I asked, and my voice came out tight. Parker frowned, then pinched the screen. The image enlarged slightly, pixelating. The dark shape held steady, still vertical, still wrong. "There," I whispered. "That." Parker looked at me, brow furrowing. "Dude," he said, laughing a little less now. "You okay? You look like you saw a ghost." I forced my face into something neutral. "Just weird," I said. "Can you send that to me?" "Yeah," Parker said easily. "Sure. Here." He tapped the share icon. The phone lagged for half a second, just a tiny delay. Then the photo blinked. The screen jumped back to his gallery grid. Parker frowned. "Huh," he muttered. "It just didn't." He tapped the image again. The photo wasn't there. Not in the recent shots, not in the folder, not anywhere. He scrolled quickly, thumb flicking. "What the hell?" he said, annoyed now. "I literally just took it." My blood went cold. Parker went into his recently deleted folder. Nothing. He checked the camera roll. Nothing. He glanced up at me, irritation turning into uncertainty. "That's weird," he said. "Maybe it didn't save." "It saved," I said quietly. I saw it. Parker laughed, trying to lighten it. Phones are dumb, he said. Maybe I swiped wrong. But his voice wasn't confident. He stood there staring at his screen like it had betrayed him. Then he did something that chilled me more than the missing photo. He shoved his phone into his pocket and forced a grin. Anyway, he said too brightly. Roof's gonna be on by tomorrow. That's what matters. He walked away, just like that. Like his brain had decided it was safer to forget. Like he'd been trained in 15 seconds. I stood by the van, hands hanging uselessly at my sides, and felt the weight of the realization settle into my chest. It wasn't just moving tools. It wasn't just placing stones. It wasn't just taking time. It could reach into a phone and remove a picture as cleanly as it removed stones when Dad blinked. Or worse, maybe it didn't remove the picture. Maybe it removed the impulse to keep it. Maybe it edited the mind first, and the phone second. I walked back toward the cabin frame slowly, scanning the tree line without moving my head too much. The woods looked ordinary. Leaves moved in the breeze. Sunlight flashed on needles. Nothing tall and thin stood there. Nothing that my eyes were allowed to register. Dad sat in his chair with his sunglasses on, face turned toward the build like he was watching his dream be finished by other hands. His cigarette carton sat at his feet. He didn't smoke them. He just kept them close. Nate called out a measurement. Luis answered. A nail gun fired in quick pops. Normal job site noise. And I realized the uncanny truth of it. The moment Dad stopped building, the woods stopped performing. As if the point had never been to stop a cabin. The point had been to push a man's body to the edge and see if his son would keep going anyway. To see what we would sacrifice for the dream. To see what rules we would accept without being told. I stood there listening to the contractors laugh. And all I could think was, it doesn't need to scare everyone. It only needs to scare the people who will remember. And even then, it can edit what they're allowed to prove. 16 first night in the finished cabin. The cabin looked like a lie when it was finally done. Not because it was cheap or crooked or unfinished. The opposite. It looked too clean for what we'd been through. Too perfect for a place that had swallowed 3 hours of my life and spit me back out with black grit under my nails. The contractors finished the roof and wrapped up the last details in a week, like the cabin had been waiting for hands that didn't hesitate. They installed the porch railing, set the steps, hung the doors. They even got the little things right. The trim cuts clean, the seams tight, the windows facing the pond exactly the way Dad had drawn them on his old graph paper. When they drove away in their van, ladders rattling, their laughter fading down the access road, the clearing felt suddenly empty. Not quiet, empty. Dad stood on the porch, hands on the railing, staring out at the water. His chest still ached sometimes, and he moved slower than he wanted to admit. But the posture was familiar. The old stance ownership, pride, stubborn satisfaction. He didn't say thank you to me. He didn't say sorry either. He didn't do feelings out loud. Instead, he pointed at the loft window and said, "That's going to be your spot." I nodded like it was just a cabin, like it was normal, like the woods weren't watching from just beyond the edge of the lawn. We waited 2 weeks before we stayed the night, partly because Dad had follow-up appointments, partly because he still got winded, partly because the electricity was new and unreliable, and we didn't want to be out there if the power cut and the house went dark, and partly because we were scared. We didn't say that part. We didn't have to. It lived in the way Dad always found a reason to postpone, and the way I never pushed back. When we finally went back for the first overnight, it was a Friday in late August. Summer still clung to the air, but the evenings had that first hint of fall, the nights cooling faster, the pond smelling less like algae and more like wet leaves. We packed like we were going to a normal cabin cooler of food, a bag of groceries, extra batteries, a cheap toolbox for any last fixes. Dad brought his folder of warranties and receipts, like he'd brought the cabin's paperwork into existence through sheer will. I brought a flashlight that was brighter than necessary, and a phone charger even though there was barely signal. Dad teased me for it. "You think we're camping on the moon," he said. And the humor was forced but real enough to make my chest loosen. The drive out felt different with the cabin finished. Before, the access trail had led to a skeleton open, exposed, vulnerable. Now it led to something with walls and windows and a door that latched. The headlights caught the A-frame roofline through the trees, sharp against the dusk like a clean cut. As we pulled into the clearing, the cabin glowed. Soft LED lights shone through the windows, warm against the darkening woods. The porch light cast a small pool of yellow on the steps. The new wood siding looked pale and smooth, the whole structure smelling like fresh pine and sealant. It was beautiful. It made my throat tighten in a way I didn't expect. Not because I was sentimental, because for a second it felt like we had actually won. Like whatever had been messing with us had been proven wrong by the existence of this solid, real thing. Dad stood at the bottom of the steps and just looked. The porch boards were still bright, barely scuffed. The railing felt sturdy under his hand. The cabin made the clearing feel claimed. He cleared his throat and said, "Well, that was as close as Dad got to all." Inside, the air was cooler. The insulation held the day's heat and the new mini-split hummed softly. The living room smelled like new pine, fresh paint, and the faint chemical note of treated lumber. The loft ladder was smooth under my hand. The kitchen was small but clean, a little fridge stocked with Dad's idea of essentials: beer, eggs, bacon, and a container of leftover chili he'd insisted on bringing. He'd even bought paper towels and dish soap like we were hosting a show. The cabin felt like a stage set for normal life. Dad walked from room to room, touching things: door frames, window trim, the banister, like he needed to confirm the cabin was physical. His left hand trembled slightly when he reached, but he ignored it. He moved slower than before, but he pretended it was just because he was taking it in. I stood near the big window facing the pond and watched the water through glass. The pond was a dark sheet now, reflecting a strip of sky. The trees around it stood still. No fog. No obvious wrongness. "Looks good," I said, because silence felt dangerous. Dad nodded. "Told you," he said, and for a second his voice softened. Not a full emotion, just a crack in his armor. We ate dinner at the little table, chili heated on the stove, cornbread from a box mix that tasted like nostalgia. Dad complained about the cornbread being too sweet, but he ate 2 pieces anyway. After dinner, he pulled 2 cheap beers from the fridge and held one out to me. We stood on the porch, beers sweating in our hands, looking out at the pond. The sky was turning purple. The first stars appeared, faint. Dad lifted his beer. "To the cabin," he said. I clinked my bottle against his. "To the cabin," I echoed. We drank. And for a moment, the cold beer and the quiet view and the smell of new wood almost convinced me this was just a story about a father and son finishing a dream. Dad's eyes stayed on the pond. He didn't talk. but I could see something in the set of his jaw. He was emotional in the way he always was, by getting quiet, by swallowing it down, by letting it show only as stillness. He took another sip, then cleared his throat again. "Your grandfather would have liked this," he said, voice rough. That was the closest thing to a soft moment we'd had in months. I didn't push it. I didn't respond with anything that might make it bigger. I just nodded and looked back out at the water. Night fell, not slowly. It felt like someone turned down the brightness and the woods swallowed the light. The porch light cast its small circle. Inside, the LEDs were warm and gentle. Everything beyond the windows turned into black glass with faint reflections. We locked the door even though it was ridiculous. There was no one out there. We had no neighbors. We were in our own clearing. Still, the lock click sounded loud. Dad went to bed early. His body still demanded rest in a way his pride hated. He took his meds with a gulp of water and said he was turning in. He chose the downstairs bedroom, the one with the window facing away from the pond, like he was still avoiding looking directly into dark water. "Wake me if you need anything," he said, and his tone made it clear he didn't want to be woken unless it was life or death. "I won't," I promised. I stayed up a little longer, cleaning up the kitchen, putting away leftovers, checking the locks again like a ritual. I walked through the cabin slowly, listening. The hum of the mini-split, the quiet tick of cooling wood, the faint electrical buzz of new wiring, normal house noises. But there was something else. Silence. Not the good kind. Not peaceful. The cabin absorbed sound in a way the open frame never had. The walls held noise. The insulation swallowed echoes. It made the quiet feel thick, like a blanket pulled over your face. When I turned off the living room light, the darkness felt immediate. The window reflected my face faintly, floating in black. I went up to the loft and lay on the mattress Dad had insisted on hauling up there. It smelled like plastic and new fabric. I stared at the ceiling beams. The cabin creaked softly, settling. I told myself to sleep. Eventually, I did. I woke up needing to pee. It was that simple. No nightmare, no sound dragging me out of sleep, just my bladder pulling me out of a dreamless void. I sat up in the loft and immediately felt something wrong. The air, not cold, not hot, humid, but without warmth, like the cabin had filled with dampness that didn't belong. My skin prickled. I held still, listening. No insects outside, no pond sounds, no wind, just the cabin's faint hum. I swung my legs off the mattress and climbed down the ladder carefully, each rung creaking softly. The darkness in the living room was dense. The only light came from the faint glow of the mini-split display and the moonlight through the window. As my feet hit the floor, I felt the pressure in the hallway. It was subtle, just a thickening, like walking into a steamy bathroom after someone showered. Except there was no heat. It pressed against my ears, made my breath sound louder in my skull. I froze at the top of the stairs, hand gripping the banister. My mouth tasted metallic. Pennies. The pressure held. I told myself it was nothing. Humidity, new construction, my own anxiety. Then I saw it. Near the back door, on the new pine floorboards, was a thin, wet line. Not a puddle, not a footprint, not a drip from the sink. A drag mark, a narrow, damp streak, as if something wet had been pulled across the floor with light pressure, leaving moisture in a single line. It started near the door and ran inward a few feet, then stopped abruptly like someone had lifted whatever made it. I stared at it, heart hammering. My mind offered stupid explanations: condensation from the door seal, a spilled drop of water, the dog we didn't have. But the line wasn't random. It wasn't messy. It was deliberate. A seam, like the wet streaks on the porch boards weeks earlier, translated into the interior of a finished cabin. I did not move. I did not take another step toward it. I did not open the door. I did not wake Dad. Because in that moment, the rule clicked into place with absolute clarity. If I reacted, I was answering. If I answered, I was inviting. I stood there in the dark loft stairwell, holding my breath, staring at that thin line of wetness like it was a sentence written in a language my body understood. The pressure in the hallway made my ears ring softly. The cabin didn't creak. Dad didn't stir. The line sat on the floorboards, damp and dark against fresh pine. Minutes passed. I don't know how many. Time stretched the way it always did when I refused to move. Then something happened that made my stomach drop. The line began to fade. Not because it dried the way water dries. Not because it evaporated gradually from the edges. It faded like it was being absorbed. The pine boards darkened for a second. Then the darkness retreated into the grain. The wet sheen dulled. The line thinned. It looked less like water and more like a shadow disappearing into wood, as if the floor itself was swallowing it. I stared until my eyes burned. The pressure eased, just a fraction, like a hand lifting off a throat, and the line vanished completely, leaving the boards clean and new again. No stain, no mark, no proof, just the smell, faint and cold, of wet leaves that didn't belong inside a finished cabin. I stood there shaking in the dark, and I realized what the cabin had really changed. It hadn't made us safer. It had given the woods a room to edit. 17. The returned tool and the black sand morning was clean. That's what made it cruel. Sunlight came through the big pond-facing windows and laid warm rectangles on the floor. The cabin smelled like coffee and new pine, and the faint sweetness of the cornbread we'd left wrapped on the counter. The mini split hummed at a steady, comfortable temperature. The air was dry enough that my skin didn't feel sticky. No dampness, no metallic taste, no pressure. The thin, wet drag mark I'd watched fade into the wood was gone so completely that I could have convinced myself it never existed if I hadn't spent half the night standing frozen on the loft steps, watching it disappear like it was being erased. Dad woke up in a better mood than he had any right to have. He came out of the bedroom wearing the same flannel he'd worn the day before, hair sticking up slightly. And the first thing he did was look out the window toward the pond with a satisfied grunt. "Sleep okay?" he asked me. The question was normal, casual, like he was asking about a hotel bed. I stared at him, trying to read his face for any sign he'd heard something in the night, any hint he'd woken up to pressure or footsteps or a wet smell. Nothing. He looked tired, but not scared. I could have lied. I could have said yes, and kept the night inside me. That was the pattern now. Keep it quiet. Keep it small. Don't call attention to it. Instead, I said, I woke up. Dad nodded like that was expected. "New place," he said. "Always takes a night." I waited, hoping he'd ask why I woke up. He didn't. He poured coffee like a man determined to behave like this was a normal morning in a normal cabin. We ate breakfast eggs and bacon that popped in the pan and filled the little kitchen with a smell that felt almost comforting. Dad made a show of complaining about how the skillet was too small, then ate 2 servings anyway. He even joked once about the loft ladder being a young man's game, and the sound of humor in his voice made my chest loosen for half a second. Normal. The cabin had given him normal back, at least on the surface. That should have made me happy. Instead, it made me feel alone. After breakfast, Dad said he wanted to walk down to the pond. My stomach tightened instantly. Now I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. Dad raised an eyebrow. "It's daylight." "I know," I said quickly. "Just be careful. The bank gets slick." Dad snorted, but he didn't argue. He grabbed his jacket and stepped onto the porch. I followed, because I couldn't not follow. I was done letting him go anywhere out there without me. The porch boards were dry. No wet streaks. No dragged seam. The steps looked ordinary. The woods were alive with daytime sound. We walked down the faint trail the contractors had cleared toward the pond. Dad moved slowly, but stubbornly. His left hand trembled slightly when he pushed a branch aside. He didn't comment. At the water's edge, he stood and stared like the pond was the reason he'd built the cabin in the first place. The water looked calm. Sunlight flashed on it. A dragonfly skimmed the surface like a small living needle. Dad exhaled and said quietly, "Worth it." I nodded, but my eyes kept scanning the tree line. Nothing watched us, at least nothing I could see. We went back inside. I told myself I'd let it go, but the night had put a splinter in my mind, and I couldn't stop touching it. Around mid-morning, while Dad sat at the table going through receipts and warranties like they were sacred documents, I went out to the small storage closet near the entryway, where we'd stacked the leftover tools and supplies. The tool bin sat on the floor, lid slightly askew. Dad had been meticulous about putting everything away last night, locking the door, checking it twice. I remembered him clicking the latch on the tool bin like a ritual. I knelt and flipped the lid open. At first glance, everything looked normal: drill, impact driver, bits, tape measure, chalk line, spare fasteners, a couple boxes of nails, the replacement nail gun. Then my eyes landed on something, and my breath caught. The original nail gun was there again. Not the replacement we'd bought. The original, the one that had vanished, then returned to the center of the foundation, clean and dewless like it had never left. It lay on top of everything else as if it belonged there, perfectly aligned with the bin's edges. The barrel pointed straight, the handle squared. The whole placement had that unnerving neatness I'd come to recognize as not ours. My hands went cold. I stared at it for a long moment, trying to convince myself I'd simply forgotten it had been there last night. Maybe we'd brought it and I'd overlooked it. Maybe Dad had moved it. But I remembered that tool bin. I remembered the way I'd checked it twice out of habit. I remembered seeing only the replacement nail gun on top. This was new. This was a revision. Slowly, I reached in and lifted the original nail gun out. It felt the same weight as always. Solid, cold metal, familiar grip. It also looked impossibly clean. No dust, no sawdust in crevices, no oil smears, no fingerprints. Clean like a display model. Under it, in the corner of the bin, was something dark. A small black stone, wet. It glistened in the morning light coming through the cabin window. Beside it, pressed into the bin's plastic seam, was damp black sand, fine and gritty like what I'd scrubbed out from under my fingernails after the missing time incident. My throat tightened. The sand sat in the corners like residue, like whatever had been placed there had shed it the way an animal sheds hair. I lifted the stone with 2 fingers. It was cold, slick, and heavier than it should have been for its size. It left a damp mark on my fingertips. The smell hit me faintly. Old leaves, pond mud, basement dampness. I held it up and stared at it like it might explain itself. It didn't. It was just a stone. That was part of the terror. How normal the pieces were. How mundane. How easy to dismiss if you wanted to. But I couldn't dismiss it anymore. Because it kept returning like a signature. Like a receipt. My mind flashed back to Dad's story and the motel stones arranged when he found me unconscious. Then gone when he blinked. To Parker's photo blinking out of existence. To the drag mark on the floor fading into the grain. Editing. Everything was being adjusted in small, deliberate ways that left no evidence unless you caught it mid-change. I should have told Dad right then. I should have held up the nail gun and stone and said, "Look, it's happening again. In here." But I didn't. Because I already knew what Dad would do. He would look at it, his face would go tight, and he would say, "Don't." Then he would act normal harder, like normal was a shield. And we would both pretend the cabin was safe because we had walls. So instead, I did something I'm not proud of. I hid it. Not the nail gun. That would have caused a fight. The nail gun could be explained away as a tool that had been misplaced. But the stone, wet, cold, wrong, felt like evidence. Evidence that the cabin was not sealed. Evidence that the woods could reach into our domestic space and leave something there as easily as it left wet streaks on the porch. I needed to keep it. I needed something that couldn't be erased while I blinked. I found an empty mason jar under the sink one Dad had brought for screws or leftover food and washed it twice, scrubbing until the glass squeaked. I dried it thoroughly with paper towels until there wasn't a hint of moisture. Then I put the stone inside. It clinked against glass with a dull sound that made my skin crawl. I sprinkled the black sand from the tool bin corners into the jar too, tapping the jar so the grains settled at the bottom. The sand looked like crushed charcoal. I screwed the lid on tight. The jar felt heavy in my hands, ridiculous and ominous at the same time. I carried it up to the loft and shoved it into my duffel bag, under clothes, as if hiding it made it safer, as if the woods wouldn't know where it was in its own territory. For a while, it worked. Not the safety part, the illusion part. The day continued. Dad checked the wiring panel. He adjusted a cabinet hinge. He sat on the porch and drank coffee while staring at the pond, like a man trying to absorb peace through his eyes. I acted normal alongside him. I laughed at the right moments. I talked about practical things. Maybe we should bring better curtains next time. Maybe we should get a second chair for the porch. Maybe we should install a better lock. We spent the afternoon like tourists in our own cabin, as if the last weeks hadn't happened. And for a while, I almost believed it. Then, near late afternoon, I went up to the loft to grab my jacket. The cabin was quiet. Dad was downstairs in the kitchen, humming faintly, actual humming, which I hadn't heard him do in months. The sound made my stomach clench, because humming felt like confidence. It felt like the kind of thing you do when you think you're alone. I opened my duffel bag and took out the mason jar. I don't know why I did it. Morbid curiosity, compulsion. The need to verify the world was still behaving. I held it up to the light. The glass was fogged, condensation. Tiny droplets clung to the inside of the jar like breath on a window. I froze. The cabin air was dry, cool. The mini-split was running. The jar had been clean and dry when I sealed it. I remembered the squeak of glass under the towel. I remembered tightening the lid, and yet, inside, the stone gleamed as if it had just been pulled from water. The sand at the bottom looked darker, damp, clumped in places like wet soil. My mouth went dry. I unscrewed the lid slowly, half expecting a smell to rush out like a basement door opening. The lid loosened with a soft pop. The scent hit me immediately. Wet earth, old leaves, pond mud. It was stronger now, concentrated in the jar like something had been breathing into it. I stared at the stone, my skin prickling. The droplets on the inside of the glass weren't random. They formed faint streaks, as if moisture had gathered and slid downward in thin lines, like the drag mark on the floorboards, like something had touched the inside of the jar. My fingers tingled. Metallic taste flooded my mouth. For a split second, I had the insane, vivid image of that hooded figure standing over the jar, breathing into it, leaving moisture behind like a signature. I snapped the lid back on quickly, hands shaking. The glass clinked against itself. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet loft. I shoved the jar back into the duffel bag and zipped it closed hard, like a zipper could make reality obey. My heart pounded. I sat on the edge of the loft mattress, staring at the ceiling beams, trying to force my breathing to slow. The cabin creaked softly as it settled, a normal house sound, but the loft air felt thicker now, as if the pressure had followed the jar, or as if the jar had been a conduit. I didn't want to go downstairs. I didn't want to see Dad's face. I didn't want to decide whether to tell him. Eventually, I had no choice. Life continues even in horror stories. I climbed down the ladder slowly, each rung creaking, and stepped into the living room. Dad looked up from the kitchen table. He was holding his coffee mug with both hands like he was warming his palms. His face looked calmer than it had in weeks. He looked almost happy. It made me hate the truth more. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah." I lied. Dad's gaze narrowed slightly, not in accusation, but in the way fathers have of seeing through the shape of their child's posture. He set the mug down. "Why are you keeping it?" he asked softly. The question hit me like a hand on my chest. What I managed? Dad's eyes held mine. They were tired and sharp at the same time. "The stone," he said quietly. "The dirt." My stomach dropped. He knew. He had known the moment I hit it, or he had seen it in my face the way I'd seen fear in his eyes without words. I opened my mouth. No answer came out. Dad looked away toward the pond-facing window. His jaw tightened. He didn't say. "Because it's proof." He didn't say. "Because you're scared." He didn't say anything else at all. He just asked again, almost gently, like he was trying to understand me and himself at the same time. "Why are you keeping it?" And in that question, I heard the deeper fear underneath his calm. Not the fear that the woods could reach into the cabin. The fear that I was starting to do what he did. Hide evidence, carry rituals, live smaller, and pretend it was normal because admitting otherwise would feel like opening a door. 18, the rule spoken out loud changes the air. Dad's question, "Why are you keeping it?" sat between us for the rest of the afternoon like a third person in the room. I tried to act normal through dinner. I tried to talk about cabin logistics, about groceries, about whether we should buy a better doormat. Dad answered in short phrases, his eyes drifting to the windows too often. The mason jar was still hidden in my duffel upstairs, but I could feel it like a weight under my skin. Proof or bait. I couldn't decide which. That night, we didn't drink beer on the porch. We didn't stand looking at the pond. We moved around each other like two men sharing a space that had rules neither of us wanted to say out loud. Dad went to bed early again, but he didn't fall asleep right away. I could tell by the way the house stayed too quiet. Not night quiet, held quiet. Like the cabin was listening to whether we would fight. I stayed in the living room with a dim lamp on, scrolling my phone without actually reading anything. The service was weak, but enough to load search results in bursts if I waited long enough and held the phone at the right angle near the window. I don't know what pushed me to do it. Frustration, maybe. The human need to label a thing so it can be handled. Or anger. Anger that my father had been reduced to leaving tobacco at the edge of his own land like a man negotiating with a bully. Anger that I had been edited, manipulated, trained. I typed phrases into the search bar like I was trying to make a world where the woods fit into a category. Tall, thin creature forest leads people astray. Missing time circle stones, woods hooded figure too tall, folklore pressure air, thick woods. The results were garbage at first. Creepypasta, Reddit threads, a dozen different names for the same fear. But one phrase kept appearing in different places, always paired with the same vague descriptions: tall, thin, lives in the forest, leads people astray, dislikes being spoken of, a label, a name. It was half real folklore and half internet myth. The way those things always blur online. People argued about the term, about where it came from, about whether it was respectful or not. Some insisted it was a specific cultural thing. Others used it like a horror monster archetype. I read too much. I let the label sit on my tongue, tasting it like a dare. Upstairs. Dad shifted in bed. The cabin creaked softly as it settled. A normal sound that felt staged. I whispered the first syllable to myself as a test. So quiet it barely existed. Nothing happened. No pressure pulse, no flicker, no slam from the porch, I told myself. See, it's just a word. You're not summoning anything. Then, because I'm apparently the kind of man who touches a hot stove just to prove it's hot, I said it louder. Not shouted, just spoken. Stick. The air changed. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't in my imagination. It was immediate and physical, like someone had slammed a heavy wet blanket over the cabin. Pressure hit my ears. My chest tightened. The humidity jumped without warmth. The hair on my arms lifted straight up. The lamp on the side table flickered once bright, dim. Bright like a heartbeat. I froze with my mouth half open, tongue suddenly thick. From downstairs, I heard Dad's bed squeak, fast, then his footsteps, quick and bare on the hallway floor. He appeared in the doorway of the living room like a man woken by a gunshot. Eyes wide, face pale. Don't, he snapped. The word was sharp enough to cut. I stared at him, my heart pounding. The pressure held for 2 seconds, 3, then eased slightly, like a hand lifting off my throat but staying nearby. Dad stood there breathing hard, staring at me like I'd just fired a weapon in the house. What did you do? He demanded. I swallowed. My mouth tasted metallic. I said a word. I whispered. Dad's jaw clenched. His left hand trembled visibly, fingers twitching as if the tremor had been yanked loose. Don't call it, he said again, voice low and furious. Do you want it in here? It's already in here. I hissed before I could stop myself. The anger surged out of me like something I'd been holding back for weeks. It left a mark on the floor. It put a stone in our tools. Dad took a step forward, eyes hard. And you think saying its name fixes that? I think not talking about it is what it wants. I shot back. I think you're... I stopped, because the word I wanted was superstition, and saying it felt like insulting him and myself at the same time. Dad's face twisted. You think I'm crazy? I think you're scared, I said. And my voice cracked slightly on the truth. Dad's expression flashed with pain, then snapped shut like a trap. Yeah, he said, harsh. I'm scared. I'm scared because I watched you vanish for 3 hours. I'm scared because my heart almost stopped on that land. I'm scared because I can feel it when the air gets wrong. He jabbed a finger toward the window, toward the pond, toward the tree line we couldn't see in the dark. And I'm scared because you still think this is something you can solve by being louder. The words hit me harder than I expected. I opened my mouth to argue, but the cabin creaked softly, and the lamp flickered again just once like the house was listening to our voices and responding. Dad saw it too. His eyes darted to the lamp, then back to me. We don't do that, he said, voice shaking now, not with anger but with something deeper. We don't test it. We don't dare it. We don't. He stopped, breathing hard, and I realized he was on the edge of a panic response. His chest rose and fell too fast. I forced myself to lower my voice. Dad, I said, trying to pull us back from the cliff. I'm not trying to dare anything. You just want control, Dad snapped. You want to be the man who names it, labels it, beats it, like it's a carpentry problem. And you want to be the man who bows, I said. And as soon as the word left my mouth, I regretted it. It sounded cruel. Dad flinched like I'd hit him. Then his face hardened. I want to be the man who keeps us alive, he said. Silence fell between us, heavy and charged. The pressure in the air remained, faint but present, like a storm front sitting over the roof. I could hear the mini-split hum. The cabin's wiring ticked softly. Outside, the woods made no sound at all. No insects, no pond movement, nothing. It felt like the world was holding its breath to hear what we would say next. Dad spoke first, quieter now, voice rough. You think I like it? He asked. I blinked. Like what? He gestured vaguely, frustrated. The tobacco, the stupid rituals, the acting small. His left hand trembled and he clenched it into a fist. You think I enjoy leaving things out there like a dog leaving offerings, he whispered. You think that makes me feel like a man I didn't answer because I didn't have a clean answer. Dad swallowed hard. His eyes looked shiny in the lamplight. I didn't start doing it because of stories. He said, not really. I started doing it because I noticed something. My stomach tightened. What? Dad looked away toward the hallway, then back at me. His voice dropped even further, like he didn't want the cabin itself to overhear. When I do it, he said, my headaches ease. I stared at him. When I don't. He continued, and there was bitterness in it. They come back. The pressure in my skull, like someone squeezing. The cramps. The tremor gets worse. He took a shaky breath. At first I told myself it was coincidence. Placebo, anxiety, whatever. Then it kept happening. He held my gaze. I tested it, he admitted. And the confession sounded like shame. One night I didn't leave anything. I didn't even step to the edge of the clearing. I just went to bed like it was normal." Dad's voice trembled. I woke up at 2 a.m. with that pressure in my head so bad I thought I was having another stroke. I couldn't move my left hand for a minute. I couldn't, he swallowed, throat bobbing. It stopped after I got up and went outside. I felt cold spread through me. "You went outside?" Dad nodded once. "Tired." I went to the tree line and I left tobacco. I left a little food from dinner. I didn't whistle. I didn't speak. And the pressure eased. He looked at me like he hated himself for saying it. That's when I knew. He whispered, "It's not about belief. It's about behavior." My chest tightened. I thought of the silence cuts, the pressure pulses, the wet streaks that vanished into wood, the neat stacking, the edits, a system, rules. Dad wasn't superstitious. He was adapting to a pattern the way any living creature adapts to avoid pain. "You've been paying," I said, and the sentence came out hoarse. Dad's mouth twisted. "Small price," he said. "Small enough to live." He wiped his face hard with his right hand. "It doesn't want to kill us," he added, voice low. "If it wanted that, we'd be dead already. It wants compliance." The word landed in the room like a cold stone. I stared at Dad, seeing him differently now. Not as a stubborn old man clinging to a dream, as a man who'd been forced into a negotiation without a contract, learning the terms by pain. "You think saying the name breaks the rules?" I whispered. Dad shook his head. "I think saying the name is breaking the rules." The air seemed to thicken again at the sentence, like it approved. I felt anger rise, but it was different now, less hot, more helpless. "So what?" I said, voice tight. "We just live like this forever, leaving food and tobacco like we're tenants." Dad's eyes were exhausted. "We are," he said simply. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The cabin felt smaller than it had an hour ago. The walls seemed closer, the window reflections darker. I looked toward the loft stairs where my duffel bag sat with the mason jar hidden inside. The stone sweating condensation like breath. Proof in a sealed jar. Edited anyway. "What happens if we stop?" I asked quietly. Dad didn't answer right away. He stared at the floorboards like he could see the wet drag mark that had vanished. Then he said, very softly, "I don't want to find out." I nodded, because I didn't either. The pressure in the air eased gradually, like a hand lifting away. Outside, insects resumed faintly, tentative, as if the world had been holding its breath and decided the conversation was over. Dad turned and walked back toward his bedroom without another word. He paused in the hallway and looked back at me once. "Don't call it again," he said, and this time the words weren't anger, they were fear. He disappeared into the bedroom and closed the door gently. I sat alone in the living room with the lamp on low, listening to the cabin's hum, feeling the weight of a rule I hadn't agreed to, but was already following. Because the truth settled into me like damp sand. This cabin wasn't just a place we'd built. It was a place where our behavior was negotiated night by night. Silence by silence under terms we could feel in our bones, but couldn't afford to say out loud. 19, the last night you think you're safe by October. The cabin had started to feel like it had always been there. That's the dangerous part, how quickly a place becomes normal once you stop bleeding in it. We used it a handful of times after that first overnight. Weekend trips mostly, 1 or 2 nights at a time. Just enough to justify the money we'd sunk into it. Just enough to let Dad sit on the porch and stare at the pond like a man collecting interest on a long investment. And, On the surface, nothing big happened. No hooded head rising over the wall, no missing hours, no stone circles appearing and vanishing, no boot prints smeared on the floor like wet clay. The cabin stayed quiet, warm, functional. We brought groceries. We watched football on a small TV Dad insisted on mounting. We fixed little things, door latch adjustment, a shelf bracket, a squeaky stair. We made chili and coffee. We listened to rain on the roof. If you'd asked me then, in a normal conversation, I could have described it like any other cabin: cozy, remote, beautiful view, terrible cell service. That's how it wins. It doesn't keep screaming. It doesn't keep showing you the monster. It gives you stretches of peace long enough that you start to fold the fear away like an old tarp. You don't throw it out because you can't, but you stop holding it in your hands every second. You relax, then you realize you've changed anyway. I noticed it in the dumbest places. The first time I realized, I was carrying a bag of groceries from my truck to the cabin, and I stopped halfway without knowing why. My feet had taken a route on their own, one specific path across the clearing, hugging the same edge, avoiding the same slight dip near the pond, avoiding the same line of trees on the east side like they were electrified. I froze with grocery bags cutting into my fingers and looked down at my boots. That wasn't the path I'd chosen consciously. It was just the path my body accepted now. I stood there for a moment, irritated at myself, and deliberately stepped 2 feet to the left. The moment my boot touched that patch of ground, my fingers tingled, a mild, familiar pins and needles sensation that ran up my hand like an electrical whisper. My mouth filled with that metallic taste, pennies and adrenaline. I stepped back to the usual path. It stopped. No drama, no sound, no pressure pulse, just my body receiving and obeying. I kept walking, feeling disgusted, because the rule had been installed so cleanly it didn't need enforcement anymore. I noticed it at night too. Dad would be in the kitchen, making coffee, and I'd speak to him from the loft or the hallway, and my voice would drop mid-sentence lower, softer without me deciding, like I was afraid of being overheard by the walls. Sometimes I'd catch myself and force my volume up just to prove I could. But every time I did, my skin would prickle, and the cabin air would feel slightly heavier, like a warning. So I stopped doing it, not because I was convinced, because it was easier. That's the kind of change that scares me the most. Not the monster, the convenience. Dad's rituals never stopped. He never explained them, either. If we had guests, which we did once, briefly, a cousin and his girlfriend, who wanted to see the place, Dad acted normal. He showed them the loft. He bragged about the view. He made coffee and told stories about building. He never mentioned missing tools or fog chases or the hospital scare that had ended his part of the labor, but I watched him at dusk. While our guests were inside laughing at something on the TV, Dad slipped out onto the porch and walked to the edge of the clearing. He didn't announce it. He didn't call anyone to watch. He moved like a man taking out the trash. He crouched near the tree line and left something there, tobacco, a small pinch, pressed into the dirt. Sometimes a little piece of food. Once I saw him pour a capful of beer onto the ground like a libation. Then he stood and walked back as if nothing had happened. Our guests didn't notice. Or maybe they noticed and pretended not to. Because pretending not to notice is another form of survival. After they left, I asked Dad about it. He didn't look up from washing dishes. "It's respect," he said simply. "Respect for what I asked." Dad's shoulders tightened. "For the land." he said. Then he added, quieter, for keeping us, not allowing us, not hosting us, keeping us, like a hand keeping something pinned in place. I didn't ask again. Winter crept in fast. The pond's edges started to go dull in the mornings. Thin skim of ice that melted by noon. The trees changed. The woods smelled different, less sap, more wet leaf rot. The air had that sharpness that makes you breathe deeper. We went out one last time before real cold settled in. A weekend in mid-November. Dad wanted to close it up for winter, drain the water lines, set mouse traps, make sure everything was safe. He said safe the way you say it when you're trying to convince yourself. The drive out was quiet. Dad's health had stabilized. He still had tremors. He still got headaches sometimes. But he hadn't had another cardiac event. He credited the meds and the doctor. He didn't mention the tobacco ritual. He didn't mention the rules. I noticed he carried the cigarette carton anyway. We arrived Friday evening, just before sunset. The cabin looked good under the gray sky. Roof line sharp, porch boards clean. We hauled supplies in. Dad turned the heat on. The cabin warmed up fast. We made an easy dinner and watched a game on low volume. For a few hours, it felt almost peaceful. That's when I made the mistake of thinking we were past it. I went to bed that night without checking the locks twice, without scanning the porch for wet streaks, without listening to insects like they were a heartbeat monitor. I slept, deep, until the sound that woke me was so familiar my body sat up before my brain caught up. 3 taps. Talk, talk, talk. Not from the front door, not from the porch, from inside the wall. Exactly like the first night, before the cabin had walls, before we'd built anything tall enough to hide behind. The taps came from the side of the loft, near the beam where the roof line met the wall. A knuckle rap sound, patient and precise. My heart slammed once, hard. I sat up in the dark loft, frozen, listening. The cabin was warm. The mini-split hummed softly. Dad snored faintly downstairs. The taps did not repeat immediately. They didn't need to. My whole body recognized the pattern, a reminder. Not an attack. A prompt, not a chase. I lay still for a long moment, fighting the urge to wake Dad, fighting the urge to call out, fighting the urge to pretend it didn't happen. Then, because I still hadn't fully learned the lesson of not responding, I reached for my flashlight. It was on the small loft shelf beside the mattress. I clicked it on. The beam cut a narrow tunnel through the loft darkness. Nothing moved. I climbed down the ladder slowly, each rung creaking. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. The metallic taste flooded my mouth again, faint but present. Downstairs. Dad shifted in his bedroom but didn't wake. I moved quietly through the living room and toward the front door. I stopped with my hand on the deadbolt. For a second, I hesitated, remembering the rule checking as answering. But another part of me, the stubborn part that had chased the hoodie, still wanted proof, still wanted a clean image I could hold on to. I unlocked the door and stepped onto the porch. Cold night air slapped my face. The pond was a black void beyond the trees. Stars were faint behind thin clouds. I shone the flashlight across the clearing. The beam lit porch boards, the steps, the dirt path we always took. Nothing. I swept the light toward the tree line. The beam reached the first trunks and then died. Not like the batteries were low. The flashlight was strong. It should have cut deep into the woods. Instead, the light seemed to flatten, It illuminated a shallow cone and then stopped, swallowed by darkness that looked thicker than normal night darkness. It was like shining into fog that wasn't there, like the woods had grown a curtain that absorbed light. I narrowed my eyes, lifted the flashlight higher, tried again. Same thing. The beam refused to penetrate beyond the first line of trees. My breath came out in a white puff. I realized the night was too quiet. No insects, no pond movement, no wind in branches, just the soft hum of the cabin behind me and my own breathing. I stood there on the porch, flashlight shaking slightly, staring at the tree line where the light died. And the thought that slid into my mind wasn't, "What is it?" It was, "It's still here." It had never left. It had simply waited until I started living like a man who thought he was safe. 20. The shape at the edge of the light. I should have gone back inside after the flashlight beam died at the tree line. That was the clear warning, the clean boundary, the woods saying, "That's far enough." But the part of me that still wanted a story, I could control the part that wanted to catch it. Name it, frame it, kept me on the porch with cold air in my lungs and my hand clenched around the flashlight. I stood there longer than I should have, sweeping the beam back and forth like a metronome, testing the darkness again and again as if repetition might change the rule. It didn't. The light kept dying at the same invisible line, as if the air beyond the first trunks had become thick enough to swallow it. I lowered the flashlight and listened. The cabin behind me hummed softly. The mini-split's fan, the faint electrical tick of a thermostat cycling. Those sounds felt small and domestic against the silence outside. I could hear my own breathing. That was it. No insects, no pond slap, no wind, just my lungs and the quiet. A pressure rolled over me, not all at once, not like a hand grabbing my throat. It came like a wave, slow and heavy, starting at the tree line and moving across the clearing until it reached the porch. When it hit me, my skin prickled. The air felt humid without warmth, my ears muffled slightly, like I'd stepped into a room with thick carpet and heavy drapes. I froze. The flashlight trembled in my hand, and then I saw it. At first, it was only a darker dark among darkness, a vertical shape at the edge of the yard where the cleared area met the woods. My brain tried, automatically, to interpret it as a tree trunk, but it was too straight, too even, and it stood in front of the trunks, not behind them, occupying the space between open clearing and forest like it owned that boundary. A hooded shape, not clearly, not enough to point at and swear in court. It was more like the suggestion of a hoodie, shoulders narrow, head covered, a silhouette that looked human until you paid attention to its proportions. It was too tall, too still. The stillness wasn't standing still. Animals stand still. Humans stand still. This was something else, a stillness that felt deliberate, as if motion would be a favor it didn't need to grant. My mouth went dry. I lifted the flashlight and aimed the beam at it. The light hit the first line of trees and flattened again, refusing to travel far. The shape at the boundary remained in dimness, not fully illuminated, like it existed in a pocket the beam couldn't enter. I lowered the flashlight and raised my phone with my other hand. My fingers were numb, tingling faintly. The screen lit my face with cold blue. I opened the camera app and pointed it toward the tree line. The image on the screen showed the clearing, the porch steps, the dark outline of trees, the flashlight beam's weak cone, the black beyond. I tapped the screen where the shape should have been. The camera hunted focus, pulsing in and out like a slow blink. It refused to lock. The woods blurred. The porch boards sharpened. The trees blurred again. I held my breath and tapped again. Harder, like force would help. The phone's focus box flashed, then disappeared. The shape at the edge of the yard remained a darker smear in the darkness. Present enough to register, but not enough to capture. I hit record. A small red dot appeared on the screen. For a moment, I felt stupid hope. If I can't get the image, I'll get the sound. I thought, footsteps, a breath, anything. The pressure wave held. The shape did not move closer. It didn't need to. It simply occupied space the way a fence occupies space, quiet, unquestionable, defining where you could and could not go. I whispered, barely audible. "What do you want?" The words tasted wrong as soon as they left my mouth, as if speaking at all was a kind of invitation. The shape remained still. My phone's audio meter fluttered slightly. When I glanced down, I saw why the only thing the phone was recording was my breathing. Fast, shallow, loud in the quiet. My fear was the only proof I could capture. I kept recording anyway, because stopping felt like surrender, and surrender felt like obeying. A sound came from behind me, soft, wet, a gentle friction, like a hand sliding across damp wood. My whole body locked. I didn't want to turn. Turning would mean taking my eyes off the boundary. Turning would mean letting it change something while I wasn't looking. But the sound came again. Closer. Shh. Not outside. Not in the woods. On the cabin. On the wall behind me. I realized, with a nauseating drop in my gut, that the sound was coming from the cabin siding directly to my left, fresh pine boards sealed and new. Something was touching them. Something wet. The shape at the tree line still didn't move. It didn't need to. It could occupy that boundary while something else, some extension of it, some behavior of it interacted with the cabin itself. My phone trembled in my hand. The recording dot glowed red. The wet sound repeated. A slow drag. Like fingertips, wet cloth, something sliding down the vertical grain of wood. I spun. The porch light cast a weak yellow circle. The cabin wall was within arm's reach. Pale siding boards, clean and smooth. Nothing was there. No hand, no shadow, no movement, just wood. But on the siding, near the edge of the porch light, I saw it, a faint smear, a damp mark, darker than the surrounding boards. Not a full print, not crisp, a streak, as if a wet palm had been dragged downward and lifted away. My skin went cold. The smell hit me then. Subtle but unmistakable wet leaves and pond mud. The basement scent that didn't belong in a new cabin. I raised the flashlight and shone it directly on the smear. It glistened slightly. It was fresh. I looked back toward the tree line. The hooded shape was still there. Too tall. Too still. Not approaching. Just witnessing. As if it wanted me to understand, it didn't need to step onto the porch to touch the cabin. It could reach without moving. My phone buzzed softly in my hand, a weak haptic response. I looked down at the screen. The camera had lost the image entirely. The video preview showed only black and my breathing audio meter bouncing wildly. The focus had given up and the darkness had won. I stopped recording and played it back immediately. Desperate. The audio was there. Just my breathing. No wet drag. No porch creak. No outside sound. It had edited the record clean. I felt anger rise. Hot and helpless. "You're here," I whispered, not knowing if I meant the shape in the woods or the touch on the cabin wall. "I see you." The smear on the siding didn't change. The shape didn't move. The pressure in the air held steady, like a weight on my shoulders. Then the porch light flickered once. Quick, bright, dim, bright. My heart slammed hard. I stepped back instinctively, and my heel hit something on the porch board. It scraped lightly. I looked down. Nothing. Just wood, and yet the feeling of something wet, something invisible, something pressed close enough to touch, made my throat tighten. I heard footsteps behind me, real footsteps. Bare feet on pine floorboards inside the cabin, moving toward the front door. The door opened slowly. Warm light spilled onto the porch. Dad stepped out. He was wearing sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Hair mussed, face calm in a way that made my chest ache. Not because he wasn't afraid, because he was past the stage of panic. He looked like a man who had learned the rules so thoroughly he didn't need to react anymore. His eyes went first to the tree line. He didn't squint. He didn't lean forward. He looked like he knew exactly where to look. Then he looked at me. His gaze flicked to the flashlight in my hand, to my phone, to the smear on the siding. He didn't ask questions. He didn't demand proof. He didn't